On to Reuters Next, our third in-person gathering here in New York. This is our flagship live journalism event at which we strive to make sense of an increasingly unpredictable context and pick the brains of global newsmakers about what they see as the greatest challenges and opportunities facing the world at large. And there is certainly no dearth of either as 2024 comes to a close. We're thrilled to be here in New York and have you join us for the next couple of days. That goes out to all of you in this room and to the many watching online. I'm told 7 million expected to tune in at some point over the next couple of days.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Alessandra Galloni. I'm editor-in-chief of Reuters. Axel, thank you very much for the introduction. You're not only a great editor and presenter, but you bring a certain flair to the housekeeping portion of the show, so thank you. So as Axel mentioned, Reuters Next is our flagship series of live events, and it explores the issues that are critical to our understanding of the world. It's an opportunity for us to come together, to look beyond the headlines and the daily news, and there have been a lot lately, to ask the big questions about our future. As you all know, the world is going through seismic shifts. Elections have been held this year across the world, including here in the United States, and the results will shape geopolitics for years to come. Countries are asking themselves what the new Trump administration will bring. Are we entering a new era of tariffs, of economic protectionism, supply chain disruption? Will we see mass deportations of millions of undocumented migrants? Will we see isolationist foreign policy, existential challenges to the rule of law? Political pandemonium reigns in many places. Just look at what's happened just over the last week. We've had regime change in Syria, the ousting as France's prime minister, martial law and an impeachment attempt in South Korea, the annulment of a presidential election in Romania because of alleged Russian influence on the vote. Interest rates in the West are imposing a high burden on nations across the world, especially in emerging markets, as they try to manage massive piles of debt. We have two major wars still raging, and attempts to create a more environmentally savvy, climate-resilient future around the world are being challenged by rising sea levels, heat waves, droughts, and policy stalemates. And of course, the topic on everybody's minds, the global race in artificial intelligence. Is AI an opportunity? Is it a threat? Is it a fundamental shift in human history? The discussions that take place on the Reuters Next stage today and tomorrow will get into all these issues. We will speak with CEOs, with policymakers, with thought leaders. Over the course of the 2 days, we will examine 6 main themes: geopolitics, economy and markets, banking and finance, technology and AI, climate and sustainability, and leadership through change. Just to give you a taste of what's ahead, we're going to discuss the conflicts in Ukraine and Gaza with a number of policymakers, with Spain Foreign Minister José Manuel Albares Bueno, with Sweden Finance Minister Elisabeth Svantesson, Latvia Foreign Minister Baiba Braje, and the incoming Lithuanian Defense Minister Dovilė Šakalienė. We have many discussions on AI. Later today, I'll be interviewing OpenAI Chief Financial Officer Sarah Friar and Alphabet and Google President Ruth Porat. We will take a close look at coming regulation, the role of the media, and how consumer businesses are using AI, and crucially, where the smart money is going. And here, of course, in New York, the world's financial capital, we have conversations with several leading bank and financial CEOs, including the Goldman Sachs CEO, David Solomon, Bank of New York CEO, Robin Vince, Lazard CEO, Peter Orszag, Warburg Pincus CEO, Jeffrey Perlman, and New York Stock Exchange President Lynn Martin. You all know all of these figures. We also we'll bring our Reuters journalists to the stage, 2 Reuters editors' briefings, where you can hear directly from our experts reporting on the news as it happens. So on the world stage this morning, we're going to have our White House correspondent, Jeff Mason. He's here somewhere, I saw him before. And he's going to lead a discussion on the political and economic repercussions of Trump's election win. Many of you will have seen Jeff on TV over the years. On the banking and market stage tomorrow, we have Breaking Views global editor Peter Thal-Larsen, who's going to host a conversation about the likely impact of the election on business and markets. So look, over the next 2 days, we are here to talk about the future. But the truth is that the future is not something that we journalists can predict. Our job, and we take this job very seriously at Reuters, is to deliver the facts. Our journalists work tirelessly to give people around the world access to reliable, unbiased, and independent information. We empower our readers and our viewers to make their own decisions by delivering our unique brand of trusted journalism every day. The World Stage Conversations, as Axel mentioned, will be broadcast live to a viewership of millions on our streaming platform and our broadcast channels. We're expecting, as you said, more than 7.5 million viewers over 2 days for the World Stage live stream. The event is also going to be syndicated to Reuters clients, so bringing the potential reach to about 3 billion people worldwide. And because it's developed in collaboration with the Reuters newsroom, we are providing a trusted platform for leaders to discuss the major challenges and opportunities facing the world. So with that, welcome again, and here we open Reuters Next 2024.
All right, thank you very much, Alexandra. And we're going to kick straight off now a conversation with Swedish Finance Minister Elisabeth Svantesson. The minister will be interviewed by Reuters Econ World podcast host Carmel Crimmins. Carmel and the minister, please come on up.
Welcome to the opening session of Reuters Next. I'm delighted to be speaking to Sweden's Finance Minister, Elisabeth Svantesson. Welcome.
Thank you.
Can't hear me? Oh. Not a complaint.
She said you're so welcome.
Is there someone there? Oh, there I am. Shall I? Welcome to the opening session of Reuters Next. Let's do this all again. I'm delighted to be interviewing Elisabeth Svantesson, Sweden's Finance Minister. And I've got to tell you guys, she actually gave up the opportunity to be at the Nobel Prize ceremony in Stockholm to be with us here today. I'd say that's a good gig. So we better make it worth her while.
It's
Elisabeth,
a spectacular dinner, actually.
It's a
day,
spectacular dinner.
It's also quite spectacular.
Well, I don't think I can bring the same sort of intellectual heft as you're going to get at the Nobel ceremony, but I'm sure we've got a few geniuses in the audience. And the main thing is we'll learn something from you. So let's kick it off. We're here in New York on the cusp of a new US administration, one that isn't particularly sympathetic to Europe. How concerned are you about Europe facing across-the-board tariffs?
Actually, I'm more concerned of Europe lagging after coming. I mean, we are far back from US when it comes to development, productivity. So my biggest fear is it's not the tariffs. Of course, tariffs are really bad for not only for Sweden or Europe, but also for America. But the problem we have right now in EU is low productivity. I mean, the growth is too bad, and we need to step up when it comes to investments, more private investments. So that's my main concern. So I mean, the destiny of Europe is not in a new administration's hand, it's in our own hands, and we need to step up. With that said, of course, I mean, tariffs, if we should see kind of a war with tariffs, it's bad for everyone.
Are you sort of scenario planning? Are you gaming it out and preparing for like a worst case scenario?
I mean, but before the election, we prepared for different scenarios, of course. And now the American people have voted, and we want to have good relations, of course, with the administration and for Sweden as a country. And you know, we export a lot, and many of our companies is here in New York and in the US. So it's very important for us to have good connections and also have, see what can we do together, because I think personal relations is the biggest thing. I mean, you can sit home in Sweden and Stockholm and think it's, I wonder what happens. That's why I'm here also, to learn what happened, talk to different economists and politicians and hear what they say. They're quite positive, I have to say, more positive than I thought. That's good.
Okay.
But,
You mentioned European productivity. Do you think Europe famously has quite strict rules around deficits and debt? Do you think, given the challenges that Europe faces, that countries should be allowed to perhaps build up their debt, build up their fiscal deficits?
Definitely not. I mean, that's a problem that we have so high debt levels in Europe. Next time we have a crisis, I mean, many countries are not prepared. IMF, OECD are very clear. You have to press down the deficits and low deficits and low debts. And that's a main... I mean, here, I'm actually a bit worried about the sustainability in the American debt, but not now, but in the longer run. But for a smaller country, many countries in EU are totally dependent on exporting, for example, and that we have to be strong. We have to stand on a strong and solid ground. And Sweden, we have like 35% of public debt. And
very low.
Yeah. And we have a framework in EU now. It's a new one. I was chairing the presidency last spring, and then we last year we decided on a new framework, and high debts is never it's not the way forward. I mean, we have shown that we have actually lowered our taxes in Sweden. I mean, you think it's very high, some of you, but it's a low since 1975. But still, we have a low debt, and we really invest in defense right now, and in infrastructure and so on. So you can, if you have sound, good economy and sound, good public finance. The problem is here maybe that no politicians really want to
talk about the debt.
No, not agree on a framework. Actually, we just revisited our framework, and 9 of 10 in the parliament of Sweden is now standing behind the framework from left to right. And that's very... I'm happy for that, because in a small country, in an uncertain world, and I also have a majority for the budget. I know it will pass, and it will, as I see, get growth both on the long and short term. So that's what we're aiming for right now.
You have increased spending, though, certainly on the military defence spending, and recently joined NATO, and are one of the members that spends more than 2% of GDP. But there is an expectation, perhaps, that when the Trump presidency takes office, that European nations are going to have to step up to the plate more and spend more. Is that something you could see happening? Would you consider, I mean, I'm suspecting no, but would you consider raising debt levels to fund more military spending?
Yeah, but it's an interesting question, because everyone asks me all the time that we need to have more loans. I mean, we need growth. And just 0% of GDP growing is like very good for the budget. I mean, we need growth, and we can prioritize in different ways. We have shown that. This government, I've been in this job for 2 years. We have, like, I don't know what Elon Musk will do. It's a new job, but anyway, in Sweden we are pretty good, at least this government, to cut down some spending and say, okay, defense and police is right now we have a lot of trouble with gang criminality. We have to prioritize. If the state doesn't, who should pay? So priorities, and of course, I mean, we have loans, but that's not the way forward.
Okay. Do you think President-elect Trump is right to ask NATO members to boost their spending, to put pressure on them? Do you think it's the right thing to do?
I understand that U.S. thinks they have done a lot, because U.S. has done a lot. And what's worrying me right now is perhaps what will happen with Ukraine. I mean, the Nordic Baltic states and almost all EU states are quite engaged in helping Ukraine not lose the war. And if other countries back from that, I mean, I don't know what will happen here, but then we have to step forward.
You would step forward?
Yeah, definitely, because this is a war. It's not just a war of a piece of land somewhere in the east of Ukraine. It's a war of freedom. What Europe do we want? Because Putin is he's an imperialist. He likes to build big empires, and Sweden and Finland, and you never know what he will do next.
Yeah, I know
that's very close to us. I've been to Ukraine, and he's a good friend of mine, my colleague Sergei Marchenko, who's the Minister of Finance there. I think it can be a bit difficult to be a Minister of Finance in Sweden, but it's nothing compared to be a Minister of Finance in the middle of a war, and that is concerning me. Of course, if we need to spend more, we have to do that, and it's easier for Sweden with good and sound
rock solid finances. Yeah, your government is currently investigating potential act of sabotage in the Baltic Sea. There's been other suspected sabotage. I mean, Does it feel to you like there's a new Cold War?
Not maybe a Cold War, but when Russia invaded Ukraine and you saw the fragmentation, not only geopolitical but also economically, it feels, for me, I had this sense of West-East, 80s. So it's a different world now. Yeah, it's a different world now compared to 5 years ago. I don't know if you knew exactly what you did 5 years ago from this day. I have no idea what I did, but I know I was happily unaware what would happen the 5 years to come. The pandemic, the war, inflation, energy prices, and so on in Europe it's been tough. And if we need to do more, we will.
I mean, you've certainly talked to your citizens about what they should do if there was a crisis, if there was even a war situation. And one of the pieces of advice is to have a week's worth of cash. But Sweden is quite a cashless society.
Definitely.
So how does that work? I mean, are you sort of having to rethink things? And maybe just explain perhaps to the audience why you would recommend that week's worth of cash.
First of all, some years ago, everyone had a brochure at home. If it's a deep crisis or the war is coming, think of this.
Okay.
I mean, no one store water, no one store do you have a radio that is not depending on electricity?
Right.
You know, there is, what do you call this?
Like a wind-up?
Yeah.
Okay.
Many different things you can have at home if you get into war. Anyway, and the reason for this was, of course, to people pay attention that things can happen. And now we have done a new version. And when it comes to cash, it is a bit difficult because I guess we are one of the countries in the world that uses cash least.
Yes.
Problem here if you want to tip, but sometimes you can tip anyway. But that's not the biggest problem with cash or not cash. I just said that.
But are you speaking to the central bank about ways that you can maybe reintroduce perhaps more cash or get cash more accepted in shops?
Yeah, and the shops doesn't want to have cash. It's a security matter also, of course.
Yeah.
But we are actually, right now we have a commission that works with the issue, because in times of war, or it can also be if you're 89 years old, you don't, like my mom, she has never had an iPhone. She's left in the 50s, 60s, somewhere. I mean, she needs cash. So many elderly people need it. So we are looking into that. Yeah.
Sweden is obviously someone that really wanted to promote the green energy agenda. But we saw recently Northvolt, the Swedish battery maker, filing for US bankruptcy. Is Sweden doing enough to fund green energy? Is Europe doing enough to fund green energy?
I think we have maybe a different, even in EU, I mean, when I discuss this with my colleagues, we have a bit of we are not thinking exactly the same. But one thing we are really, all is signing on to is that we need the transition. And in Sweden, we have 98% of the electricity is produced fossil-free. So, and we have the lowest emission per capita in EU. So we are doing quite a lot, and we also support technique. We are not very fond of supporting companies with big, not pay companies, but technique, shifts and so on. So that we have been doing that. But when it comes to Northvolt, the problem is that they work too slow. It's a good product, but it's slow, and even green companies can fail. But that doesn't mean it's wrong with the green transition. It's just a new and not so mature market.
Where does that leave Europe, though, and actually, frankly, the US as well, in relation to China when it comes to EVs? It's a worry for Europe, right? China is dominating this sector.
Definitely. And for Germany, for example, Germany has a lot of production also in China. And so it's very difficult for them and for many of us, of course. But we have to do things better. And better is not always subventions. Right? So we need to do it in a smarter way.
Yeah. But it's difficult when you see the US IRA, when you see China, China's industrial policy, subsidies. I mean, I suppose what I'm saying is, does Europe need to do a rethink, maybe sort of really fundamentally rethink how it's funding things, and maybe look at those restrictions around debt and budget deficits?
Okay, I heard something about a 3-point plan. I have a 3-point plan too for Europe. And the first is that absolutely ensure the maximum 3% deficit, because that's what we need. Secondly, we need more of investments in R&D, 3% in whole Europe, and more private capital. That's the difference between EU and US. We have quite a lot of public investment, but not so much private, and that needs to be changed. So that's the two things, and now I just forget the third thing. I have some of my staff here. I'm sorry. The capital market. That has been really discussion for more than a year in the Eurogroup. And I have been surprised, I have to say. Did you know that there is 11,000 billion euros sleeping in bank accounts, saving accounts in the EU? In Sweden, 8 of 10 is saving actively in funds, in stocks, but in most countries, the money is just on their saving account, doing not so much. But if you invest them, you get money back, and even more important, the capital comes to innovation and to the companies. So I see that's an important thing too. So we must have triple our capital market, and it's too bad right now. So these three things.
Okay.
So the way I think it's so interesting. I'm not arguing with you just a bit, but I think it's so interesting because we have the debate in Sweden. We need to have a bigger debt. I mean, but we have invested a lot. We have a framework that makes us invest both in recession and in good times. So, and we also have now changed the framework from surplus goal to balance, so that will give us some more money. But to have your...
You want the private sector to step up. You want the private sector to step up.
And we must see to that.
Okay. Delighted. The geniuses in the crowd have put some questions in. I'm delighted. Let me pull up some of them. What are your 3 priorities for Sweden in 2025 and beyond?
Oh, thank you. I mean, when I got the job 2 years ago, my first priority was definitely it was 10% inflation to defeat that. So I had 2 budgets that were wasn't expansionary at all, the opposite, but at the same time helping households and getting through. So now the inflation is one, the high inflation is not left there. So now we are focusing on growth. The first thing I did, and I know you don't win any elections saying this, but we have a commission worked for a couple of years with how can we be more productive in different areas in the economy. So working with productivity in the long run, because I think I can come back to and in short run try to get the wheel spinning again, because we are in a recession now, because we are households and companies are very sensitive to higher rates. As some of you know, Swedish households have very big debts. So as soon as the interest rate went up,
I don't think a lot of people know that,
adjustable rate,
very high debt.
I mean, 60% in Sweden has adjustable rate 3 months. And here I think it's like 80% that have 30 years or something. Yeah, it's a big difference. Anyway, so get the economy going, but also think on the next generation. I don't know if it's just because I turned 57 some weeks ago, but I think a lot of next generation, that my oldest grandchild, Junie, that when she is 57 in 2070, I want the world to be much better. Because when my grandma was born, funny, at 1892 in Sweden, women didn't vote in all elections. We were really poor. I mean, 20% of all Swedes went here to America. I mean, we were poor. And then 100 years of a tremendous journey, which then made Sweden one of the richest countries in the world. And I'm absolutely confident that could be done again. You know, the Nobel Prize, for example, I mean, so happy that they they lifted institutions, because the institutions is the absolute foundations for a good society and for growth. So Sweden, I think we have quite good. I mean, I don't know if so many countries have, like the tax agency is one of the most popular agencies.
Really?
I told that to my friend in Ukraine. He just, what? Was that? Yeah.
Why?
Because they do a good job. I think maybe we have also nowadays a tax system that people understand. And the agency have decided to be very service-minded, digital for a long time. So it's just interesting.
Super interesting.
Did I answer the question? Probably many questions at the same time. I'm sorry.
There's more questions, actually. One, sticking with the Nobel Prize Committee, they've embraced AI among its awardees this year. How would Sweden and the EU embrace AI through its trailblazing AI Act?
Trailblazing, you have to... tell me what you mean by that, because I'm Swede. I think I understand the question anyway.
Well, I think providing a regulatory framework.
Yeah. I mean, EU hasn't regulated AI, as you probably know. Was that good or bad? I think it was good intentions, but we are very good in EU to regulate quickly, more than stimulate and have incentive for things. But EU, it will definitely change many things, and we are really, and the Prime Minister in Sweden is very in the front of that. Sweden should really use the advantages of it. We are a bit behind, but we will definitely...
Yeah. I think Europe is behind, right? I mean, that was one of the reasons why perhaps Northvolt ended up where it did. I mean, the Chinese are so far ahead in terms of using AI when it comes to battery production, for example, right? Like there's a big gap to bridge. Yeah.
I don't know if it was AI that was the difference with Northvolt, but anyway, it's important to do is right, because it's good and bad, of course, pros and cons with it.
Yeah. There was another question about contingency planning for Trump, for the Trump presidency. Yeah. Is that something that the Swedish government has looked to do?
Can you just...
I suppose preparing how you're going to navigate.
Absolutely, yeah.
Trump in the White House.
Definitely. That's also a reason to be here. I met some people that know him, more or less. Because, I mean, EU need, but Sweden needs to have good relations and good contacts. We are very depending on what's happening here. And we will work together with whoever is president, and the administration that comes now in January, of course, we will work with them. And so we need to understand how, and I come to understand that Mr. Trump is quite transactional. And I like to do business, so you never know. That's things to do, I guess.
Yeah.
I mean, last time, I think many Europeans just backed off, and really, I mean, he will be president for a couple of years, and
maybe more.
Yeah. I'm sorry. But
I mean, do you think, to that point about transactional nature, do you think it's posturing when he talks about an across-the-board tariff? Do you think it's sort of a bargaining tactic?
I don't know. I don't really know, but I guess it's a bargaining too. But I'm pretty sure that he will do something. But I mean, 60% against China, that's probably a bargaining. I don't know. But if I guess, I mean, some of you might have better guesses. But I think we will see a change in tariffs, absolutely. And that's bad, of course, yeah. But on the other side, as I said, Europe's economic problem is worse than tariffs.
It's coming at a very bad time. Yeah. But we did see Brussels ink that trade deal with the Latin American countries. Is that a sign of things to come, perhaps forging alliances with other trade blocs as a way of...
I hope so, because, I mean, especially for a small country, we have a lot of export. We are so dependent on trade. And that would make Sweden rich once, too, of course, that we could trade with others. So I hope we will see more of that and not too much protectionism, because that's really not good for anyone in the long run. It can feel good in the beginning, I guess, but we know the economy doesn't get stronger if we are having too much hinder and tariffs.
Elisabeth, thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Nice to be here.
Thank you. I'll lead you off this way.
Thank you very much to the Minister and to Carmel, and thank you for your questions as well. We touched on a number of the themes that Alessandra mentioned. Right, it's been hard to avoid mention of AI server maker Supermicro, given the wild swings in the company's share price of late. To tell us where things are now, please welcome Supermicro CEO Charles Liang to the stage. Charles is in conversation with head of Reuters professional Josh London, and this is a fireside, I must add, held in partnership with Supermicro. Come on up.
Good morning.
Good morning, Charles.
Good morning, Josh.
And good morning, everyone. I'm so glad we could be here together. Charles, it's my pleasure to introduce you as the founder and CEO of Supermicro. According to IDC, Supermicro is the #2 data center provider in the world. And according to NVIDIA's most recent earnings, the #1 OEM for servers built with NVIDIA AI infrastructure. Based in Silicon Valley for 31 years, Supermicro is a key infrastructure provider for the AI revolution, which is driving their move from systems provider to a full rack-scale data center solutions provider, which we'll talk about in a moment. Yeah. Charles, while I know we'll focus on Supermicro's business strategy and technology, Supermicro's been in the news a lot lately. So I need to ask, is there any update you want to provide?
Oh, thank you. Thank you for the question. Yes, I mean, with the AI boom have been happening so strong. And we happen to be one of the best AI infrastructure company. If not the best, at least one of the best. So we have been growing very fast. Just last year alone, we grew more than double in revenue. And last 3 years, we grow 4x, quadruple. So with this kind of faster growth, for sure, there are lots of transition. There are lots of enhancement. We add people, talent in R&D, engineering, sales, marketing, financing, accounting, production, almost from every department. And it's not easy to hire enough people to pick up the growth pace, especially in USA, in Silicon Valley, especially for hardware business. However, we have been doing very diligently. And we have people here in Bay Area and in East Coast as well, in Taiwan, in Malaysia, and in Netherlands. So company continue to grow very fast. And we're looking forward for another very fast growing year to come. And recently, we also work with our new auditor, BDO. Right? We work with them very closely and make sure the best quality, the best time to file all of our financial report. Hopefully, everything done by the coming February. Thank you.
Thank you. Every industry is being transformed by AI, but many people focus on the algorithms instead of the underlying technology. Why does that underlying technology matter?
Both are important, chicken and egg. No egg, no chicken. Right? So infrastructure, that's the area we are focusing on. The server, the storage, the switch, the whole AI infrastructure, the whole data center, the whole cloud. So, I mean, we have a very good technology, engineering capability. Whenever NVIDIA, Intel, AMD have a new chip, pretty much we are the first customer of them to bring the new technology, new chip to the market. For example, the H100, H200, the coming soon, Blackwell, right? So with time to market advantage, with quality, and we emphasize application optimize. Doesn't matter for huge scale CSP or for enterprise or for IoT, for edge computing. We have a specific optimized, workload optimized solution for our customer. Thank you to our building block solution. Since 1993, I founded a company. We designed all of our products based on our unique building block solution. And with that building block solution, we are able to build a new technology, time to market, and with time to engage. engage with customer as early as possible, very important, because that way customer know what kind of optimized product, what kind of optimized solution we have. And we also learn how to exactly optimize the solution for customer. From system level, rack scale, we call a rack plug and play. That means we build a whole rack with all our hardware, server, storage, switch, and management software. So when we ship to customer side, customer just simply plug 2 cable, power and data, and then ready to run. Wait a second. Recently, customer needed another cable, water cable. So with water cable, plug in liquid cooling. Water cooling is ready to go. And water cooling have a lot of advantage. Later, I'd like to share a little bit more with everyone here.
Thank you. It appears that we're in an AI arms race with the largest and most influential companies all competing. What does it take to win the AI arms race?
We're based in Silicon Valley. Silicon Valley is like New York, a very expensive city. So I like that because the high living cost that encourages everyone to work smarter, to work better. Right? So we have a couple of advantages. For example, I just mentioned about time to market. Whenever our supplier like NVIDIA have a new chip available, we are able to build rack scale AI platform available for our customer. And then TTE, right? Time to engage. We engage with customer earlier, so we understand how to exactly optimize the solution for customer. So when customer receive our product, almost ready to online, not just TTD advantage, time to delivery, but TTO, time to online. That's the area we have been emphasized a lot recently.
We were talking earlier about how data centers power everything, from social media to banks to airlines. But AI data centers are different. What makes an AI data center different?
AI data center, compared with traditional data center. Traditional data center pretty much powered by traditional CPU. And each rack about 6 kW or 10 kW. Now AI based on GPU for accelerating computing. And the computing power is about 50 times or even 100 times, 500 times faster than a traditional data center. Although it consumes more power, but performance per watt has been 5 times, 10 times, or even more than traditional data center. And each rack now, we are shipping not 10 kW, not 20 kW, it's 100 kW. Each rack, the same size, 42U, 100 kW. So the computing density is much, much higher than traditional data center. And even NVIDIA have a much higher efficiency chip. Even we have a liquid cooling, but still, each rack, 100 kW, but deliver 100 times or even 500 times faster performance.
Can you explain how the scale of AI infrastructure differs from traditional data centers, and both the scale, the technological scale, but also the scale of investment needed?
Okay, let's say computing power, right? Traditional data center powered by CPU. Now AI data center powered by GPU. So the performance is 100 times or 500 times or even 1,000 times faster. Because people want AI to be more fancier, to be more accurate, to be easier for interface, and to be more fancier, right? So doesn't matter for living style, for engineering, for medical, or for business automation. So everyone wants things to be faster, better, more accurate.
Yes.
So in terms of power consumption, traditional tower data center, for example, each rack 10 kW, now it's 100 kW. And indeed, we are working on a rack with much more power than 200 kW.
Wow.
So lots of new technology, a new product will be available quarter after quarter instead of year after year. Now, lots of time counted by quarter after quarter.
You shared an example of a recent data center that you opened for a customer. Can you tell us about that?
Okay. That's a really great honor. have a chance to work with Elon Musk and Jensen Huang. Right? I mean, we are very lucky. We are able to use NVIDIA's solution, their chip, and support Elon's XAI. So both guys, as you know, all looking for the best technology, the best quality, best performance. And it's a really huge data center. Just phase one is including about 100,000 GPU. And 100,000 GPU is about 100 megawatt power requirement. That's power difference, right? In terms of performance, compared with traditional data center, I believe the performance is kind of 500 times or even 5,000 times faster. And very surprised me, XAI are able to build a data center from day one to finish. Traditional data center may need 2 years. And XAI example, they use only 122 days. So it's a lot of challenge when working with Jensen Huang and when working with Elon Musk. But we are very happy. We learned a lot from them. And with their help, we are able to co-build the data center quickly and very smoothly. And everything once ready, power, and it works. So it's really an amazing experience. And I personally visited that data center and at a Sunday afternoon. and imagine the people work there with passion, with accuracy, with efficiency, and that's one of the positives we achieved recently.
Let's talk about power. AI is expected to consume a significant amount of power, with one researcher estimating that by 2027, the sector could have the same annual energy demand as the Netherlands.
Yeah.
How do you address the environmental challenges that AI presents?
Yeah, it's a very good question. I mean, a data center now consume about 2 to 3% of global electricity power, right? 2 to 3%. And within the next 10 years, people estimate the global data center may consume up to 8% of global electricity power. So the power demand was so quick, so huge. But so huge, so quick, but the performance, see, power will grow maybe triple, right, compared now and 10 years later. 3 times more power consumption. But the performance, how many times? Can be many thousand times faster, many thousand times faster, many thousand times more fancier, but consume only 3 times more power. But even only 3 times, it's lots of power consumption. So the cost is one challenge. So that's why, I mean, people work together, kind of like all the technology leaders work together, including Supermicro. We recently very aggressively promote liquid cooling. So instead of traditional air cooler, right, now we, indeed, the last 2 quarters, more than 50% of our product ship with liquid cooling. 50% product ship from Supermicro liquid cooling. While compared with the whole world, I believe maybe only 5%. 5%. So we are leading ahead the industry, and we feel very happy, very kind of great honor to lead the liquid cooling because it consumes much less power. From our detailed, deep calculation, a data center or a rack cooled down by liquid cooling, we can save up to 40% of electricity power for customers. Save 40%, up to 40% of energy cost. And save up to 40% of water as well. Some people wonder and say, hey, liquid cooling needs a lot of water. Indeed, liquid cooling can save up to 30 to 40% of water. And also save space. Liquid cooling, because the density can be triple or even much more than triple. Let me keep it confidential. I believe with technology leaders working together, kind of like we have a goal to make a per rack more than 200 kW very soon. So that means higher density, and that means smaller data center space. And also smaller in cost, up to 20% cost saving. So when people go to liquid cooling rack scale, liquid cooling data center, indeed, our goal is to save customer up to 20% of cost. And for sure, lower the pollution, because that's power consumption. That's why that's CO2, that's pollution. So when we develop a new technology, a grow AI technology service, for sure, it's a great a great experience to help reduce the environmental impact.
AI is transforming and reshaping so many industries globally, but it's also affected your business. You've been around for 31 years. AI has changed Supermicro as well. How has it changed your company?
Lots of change. I mean, before we focus on board level in Silicon Valley, and then later we expanded to a system level service, and now very huge volume in rack scale. Right? We ship a computer rack plug and play. 3 years ago, we were very happy. Finally, we ship more than 100 rack per month. And today, we have 5,000 rack per month capacity. And around that 5,000 rack per month capacity, 2,000 can be liquid cooling. So for sure, it's a big change. Before, we have 2 to 3 small buildings in Silicon Valley. Now we have, I don't know, those maybe 30 or a little bit more buildings than that in Silicon Valley. And we have about maybe 20 buildings in Taiwan and Malaysia. Yeah. So the scale change has been really big. And looking forward, the AI boom will continue to speed up. And we like to not just keep the pace, but like to grow quickly. So to hopefully provide the best computing power to the industry.
How has AI transformed how you deliver solutions for your customers?
Again?
How has AI transformed how you, Supermicro, deliver solutions for your customers?
Yeah, kind of like before system level, now rack scale. And indeed, we are preparing for another transformation, transfer to data center scale delivery. So we try to provide a technology called DCBBS, Data Center Building Block Solution. That means we design, optimize all the subsystems. And when customer engage with us, we just move our block by block, and move everything to customer's data center and make it a fully end-to-end solution from server, storage, switch, cabling, rack, water cooling, management software, service, everything from one partnership.
Thank you. I want to ask you about Silicon Valley.
Yeah.
Many, if not most companies, hardware companies, have left Silicon Valley, but Supermicro is headquartered there. Why are you based in Silicon Valley?
I like to be stable. I started a company at Silicon Valley, and I like to stay in Silicon Valley because Silicon Valley is a very good city, although expensive, but very good city, right? In Silicon Valley, it's close to our technology partner, and like NVIDIA, AMD, Intel, Broadcom. We work together from early morning to midnight if we want, right? So also in Silicon Valley, we are able to work with all the leading edge customers. So we understand what customer need. When customer have some good idea, they can visit our office, visit our lab, and both team work together right away. So in lots of cases, in the evening, people have an idea. In the early morning, the solution have been proved, right? So that's all the advantage. So kind of better technology and a better time to market, better engagement, easier for communication, and easier to put in the AI with optimization, workload optimization to customers.
So here's the big question that I think a lot of people are wondering.
Yeah.
Where does AI go next?
AI go to where? You people pretty much all have a good answer, right? I mean, people like AI because AI help people from every angle, right? And, living style, entertainment, your work, your even education or even culture, everything, right? And people want AI to be more friendly, easy to get together, more safe, more convenient, more fancier. So there are lots of room to grow. I believe, and AI is still not as smart as people here, right? So there are lots of room for AI to improve. Right? AI, now people say, hey, robot consume only about 200 watt, and robot today can be very smart. How about compare with we human beings? We consume only how many watt of energy? Maybe only 10 watt, 20 watt, right? And then we are much smarter than today's robots still. So still lots of room for AI to improve. I believe in terms of computing power, from what Jensen Huang say, still 10 times, 100 times, 1,000 times, million times of room to grow. AI can be much smarter, much more friendly to people.
Thank you so much, Charles.
Thank you.
Good. Thank you, Josh. Thank you, Charles. Right, back to the global policy arena. As a former senior NATO official and now Latvia's foreign minister, our next speaker is well placed to talk, among other things, Ukraine's membership of the Transatlantic Alliance. Please welcome Reuters executive editor Simon Robinson to our stage, who will speak with Minister Baiba Braje, who joins us virtually, I believe, from Riga. Come on up, Simon.
Welcome, Minister.
Thank you so much. I wish I was in New York.
Good to have you with us, especially at this busy time. I want to jump straight in and ask, are you more or less worried that Russia could invade your country than you were 2 years ago?
So what you are asking is whether I'm worried that Russia would invade NATO. And no, I don't think Russia would do that, because that would mean a lot more complications than it is having already now in Ukraine. And in Ukraine is losing more than 2,000 soldiers a day. So more than 600,000 people killed and seriously wounded, closer to 700,000. Just think of that being taken out of the labor market, what it means overall for the economy, what it means for the crippled soldiers going back into the country with all the war syndromes and everything. So Russia is not doing very well, also economically. So we don't have direct military threats, but we are very serious about our defense. Russia's policy is war. All the NATO countries agree on that Russia is a direct threat to Euro-Atlantic Alliance, and we take it seriously.
So Ukraine has repeatedly asked to join NATO, and just last week it pushed for a decision on that. You said last week that Latvia is ready to bring Ukraine in, but that other members of NATO want to wait until Trump is in the White House again before making a decision. Why wait?
That is what NATO treaty provides. The Washington Treaty provides that to accept new members, it has to be a European country, so Ukraine is a European country. It has to contribute to Euro-Atlantic security. We know very surely that Ukraine currently, of course, fighting its war of liberation and defending against Russian aggression, is fighting for all of the free world and standing up to the values that we have declared in all our constitutions. So clearly, Ukraine is contributing to Euro-Atlantic security. But there also has to be a consensus, so all the members have to agree. And and I don't want to point out at any one particular, but we have to. We are shaping that consensus. So politically, decision has been made already in 2008, but also in the Washington summit this summer, that Ukraine will be a member of NATO. So the question is how we get there.
So I want to focus on something that happened last week in Europe. There was a meeting of the Organization for Security and Cooperation in Europe, and you very publicly said that you would not be in the same room as your Russian counterpart, Sergei Lavrov, and you, in fact, said, I cannot be in the same room as an aggressor state. So I want to push you on that a little bit and ask, isn't that what is needed, that we need dialogue?
Today, clearly all our intelligence agency, policy analysts, planners, experts agree that Russia's policy is war. All of the indicators, all of the instruments of power that we are watching, whether it's political, economic, religion, private sector, media, anything, is oriented towards one goal, which is war. And the objective of that war is to erase Ukraine from the face of the earth. So not just take a few villages in the east of Ukraine, but actually really take over the country and establish a Soviet regime, Soviet type of regime, obviously. So it's an imperialistic war. So for me to sit in the same room as someone who has been lying and traveling around and repeating those lies again and again and again, I don't honor this person with my presence. I'm sorry.
Let's turn to President-elect Trump. He has said that he will end the war in Ukraine in a day, on his first day. How do you rate his chances of that?
My principle always is that commenting on other countries' internal politics and what other politicians have said, especially allied politicians, especially President Trump, would be unbiased, let's put it that way. So what we do is we constructively engage, and we had a very good cooperation with President Trump's administration in the first term, so I'm sure we will have it again now. We know there were conversations. He was in Paris on Saturday. He had conversations with allies, with President Zelensky. President Zelensky's staff has been to Washington, D.C., so there's a lot happening in the background, but I will keep it in the background because it's between those involved parties, and I don't think that I can help much by relieving what I know because it's not going to be complete. So we all wish for peace in Ukraine. It has to be on Ukrainian terms, meaning that Ukraine has to define what is a victory, what is a peace. If we have peace, that eventually will bring more war or will make Russia stronger because it will have time to restore its capabilities and put soldiers back onto the borders with NATO and so on and so forth. I don't think that is a peace that we want to see among allies and NATO countries.
So without giving away the details, I appreciate that you can't, but do you think that President-elect Trump is already changing the dynamic in those conversations in terms of Ukraine and Russia?
Very difficult to say, but President Trump has very strong views, and so does President Macron, so does President Zelensky. So again, we will see how Russia actually is behaving, because in our indications, Russia doesn't want peace. I don't see Russia wanting peace or being ready for anything to do with peace.
Okay, I'd like to ask about Romania, and a fellow Eastern European country. Several days ago, the Constitutional Court there annulled the first round of that country's 2024 presidential election process and alleged that there was Russian interference, including what the top Security Council in Romania called aggressive hybrid Russian attacks on the election process. Russia, I should point out, has denied this. What's happening, and what should countries do? What does your country do to protect its election process to make sure that it's sound?
It's nothing new. Russia, remember the election, presidential election in France when campaign by
Yep.
interfering in those elections. We have seen those processes happening one way or the other in a number of places. Our parliamentary election was 2 years ago, so we didn't have significant interference directly from Russia. We made sure that both in terms of our legislation, but also in terms of practices with social media, with people who could be trying to do that there was very proper, well-organized sort of resilience here in Latvia. So as a result, we can't say that there was significant interference. Next election is in 2 years, in 26, so we are in a way already preparing. The new factors that we saw both in Moldova and partially what Romanian security services have now declassified publicly is that in Moldova we saw a very brutal attempt at interference, and not only attempt, but actual interference in various ways, not only through social media, but actual corruption. And praise to the journalists. The investigative journalists were the ones actually being able to uncover all that. They also tried to bus in electors from Russia. They tried to use all types of methods to influence that election, but also the referendum where the Moldovans installed their aim of becoming members of the EU in the constitution. So in Romania, I haven't yet spoken in detail to my colleagues in Romania, but we have exchanged the messages, and I know that our intel agencies are in touch. So clearly there was a large campaign organized through TikTok. So TikTok, unlike Facebook or others, didn't follow the rule, which is very particular also in Latvia, that you have to put up if you have a political advertisement and you are running a political advertisement. And in Latvia, it's prohibited to finance campaigns from abroad. So in Romania, it was more than 30,000 accounts on TikTok that were running de facto sort of campaign, but without identifying as a campaign, and they were foreign interference. And supposedly Russia had paid for it. So that is indeed a significant interference. They had also effects. So that is what the Romanian institutions were discussing. For now, they have found a solution in accordance with the constitution that when the president leaves, it will be the speaker of the parliament who will take the chair of the acting president. So we will follow what is happening. I'm sure Romanian institutions are able to handle it properly.
It sounds like a really an ongoing concern. I want to come back to the US and President-elect Trump. What do you make of his choices for his cabinet so far? Are they people with whom you can work?
Well, I'm sure I can work with Secretary Rubio when he's confirmed.
He would be your counterpart.
Absolutely. I'm sure we will have a good dialogue. And in that respect also, I think we will work with anyone that President Trump appoints, because at the end, it's the administration of a US president. So there will be no luxury of saying, oh, we can pick and choose, who's going to work with whom. So that is a democracy, and that is how it works in our country. It's the same as we would expect with other countries and our ministers.
Do you have some concerns about some of his choices, though?
I couldn't possibly comment on that.
Okay. You're a career diplomat, as Axel introduced you. You were a senior official in NATO. You entered the service in your country soon after it had won independence from Moscow. And at that time, there was a feeling of the kind of triumph of Western democracies and, I guess, liberal democracies. Do you still feel that today?
Well, Latvia is 106 years old, so we were established in 1918 as a sovereign independent Latvia, a democracy which gave rights of vote to women from the very first day of the Republic. So women never had to be awarded anything. We had it from the outset. And we were really developing very well. And then in 1940, Soviets invaded and occupied us together with a number of other countries. And they tried that as the Soviet occupation. So the Foreign Office continued to work abroad. We had ambassadors and heads of mission in Washington, in London. They were carrying the passports of Latvia. They were on the missions list and so on and so forth. So what I want to say is actually that for us, that continuity of independence, the continuity of the values of democracy, even though you are occupied for 50 countries, makes us strong even now, because we know that we can carry it through. So also today, just like in the 90s, we feel very strong about our freedom, that it's vital, that it's really worth fighting for. And we fought for the country in 1919 till 1921. Bloody wars. So this is not something that we're going to give up. So yes, we feel democracy, the joy, the happiness every day is that we have our own country, it's safe. There's no direct military threat, even though Russia is next to us, but we are really doing well in the tech sector, like our quant sector and quant community, for example, 10% of world's algorithms come from Latvian scientists. So
wow.
There's quite something going on here. Yeah.
Okay. Minister, thank you so much for joining us and giving us your time. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Minister Braget, and thank you, Simon, for that. This next session is held in partnership with Experian. It's titled The Future of Lending, Building a More Inclusive Financial System with Data and AI. Scott Brown is Experian's Group President, and he will be interviewed by Del Irani.
Good morning, everyone. It's great to have you all joining us in the audience today and, of course, on the live stream as well. Now, many of you are leaders or managers of your respective organisations. And while your industries may differ, I'm sure there's one thing that many of you would agree upon, which is that you're always looking for better, faster and smarter ways of doing things. And having the right data can go a long way in helping you achieve that. So then what happens when you add artificial intelligence to the mix? Well, lucky for you, Scott Brown is from Experian, which is a world leader in data and technology, and we're going to talk just about that. Scott, great to have you with us.
Yeah, thanks for joining me.
So, Scott, we've been talking about AI for the last 10 years, and there's a lot of big statements around it. It's overrated. It's underrated. It's going to create jobs. It's going to take everyone's jobs. You get the gist. What are your thoughts about where we are on the AI journey and the opportunities that might lie ahead?
Yeah, so we've been talking about AI, I think, since Skynet. And so when you compare it to that, I guess we're a little bit behind, which is a good thing. But we're very early days in terms of the AI journey. In terms of your question, I think the answer is yes to most all of those questions you posed. Is it underrated? Yes. Is it overrated in a way? Sometimes. It's hard to have a discussion without talking about AI. So in a ways, it can be overhyped a bit as well. But can it drive cost savings? Absolutely. If you're using AI, and particularly some of the technology that's used to operate the AI, can it drive a ton of cost increases? Absolutely as well. And so really, I think the application of AI, using it responsibly and using it the right way, is really the trick that I think we're trying to work through in our financial services industry. And I think most of the attendees in the audience here are working through across their industries as well. I think the way I think about AI is almost like the rise of the internet in the 90s. If you think back to that, can you imagine ignoring the rise of the internet back in the 90s? Yeah. And if you think today, the 20 minutes of uninterrupted time that I have today, where I won't be on the internet, is probably in this discussion here. And so to just chalk AI up as hype and to not take it as transformative for your industry is obviously a mistake. I think that we are, in a way, in the early days of the internet here, where it's a little bit unknown, unproven. Regulation is still getting formulated, and so. But I think the bright side is, I think many leaders here and across different industries are really leaning into the opportunities with AI to transform their businesses and to help everyday consumers.
Okay, so let's talk about the transformative nature of AI, but more specifically when it comes to financial services. Tell me about how AI and technology is playing a role when it comes to your business, and in particular the impact that you're seeing firsthand that it's having an impact on your clients.
Sure. So Experian works with a variety of different companies across every industry. And so the audience that's here in the room and on the webcast, I think it would be hard to find a company that we don't actually work with in a meaningful way. And so we have a very broad purview. When it comes to financial services specifically, we really sit at the intersection as not only the largest credit bureau in the world, but one of the largest independent data companies in the world as well. And so we're really working a lot with large banks, credit unions, fintechs, community banks, international financial services companies. And so we really get an interesting purview into this as sort of an independent data provider across those different constituents. And what we find is that, first of all, I start with the technology itself. Yeah. The financial services industry has experienced a significant amount of disruption and change in the last 10 to 15 years. Yeah. Just as a consumer, if you think about the way that you pay for merchandise during point-of-sale transactions in a retail environment, yeah, that's very different now than it was even 10, 15 years ago, where now you can use your phone, your Apple Watch, think about the way you send money to friends. That was a thought off into the future, a decade plus ago. You think about the consumer and the user experience. Mm-hmm. When you use different apps in your everyday life, it's actually hard to find something that doesn't have finance embedded in the app, even if it's not a financial services app, right, to begin with. So I start the discussion thinking about, it's hard to find industries in the last decade in particular that have been impacted as much by the advancements in technology as financial services. But I'd also say there's a long way to go. So, we work with a lot of the largest banks in the world, and they have made significant progress in terms of catching up with some of the tech companies that have introduced a lot of this disruption. But I think we would all agree that there's a long way to go. Yeah. And one of the things that we work a lot with our clients is not just working on the technology transformation that I've been talking about, but also how do you use data responsibly, yeah, with these high-powered tools that we now have at our disposal, with both cloud computing and AI coming together. Right. And we really think that leveraging data more inclusively along with those tools allows you to get a better view of the consumer, which is really what all banks and lending institutions are trying to do. So
Scott, give me a specific example. In terms of how, you mentioned some great things of how you're working with your clients. For the audience here today, can you put this in tangible terms? Give me an example of a customer that you've worked in and how you've helped them.
Yeah, sure. So if you think about extending a line of credit or extending a loan, whether it's a consumer loan, small business, or for capital liquidity, ultimately the lender is looking at whoever they're extending that loan to almost through a keyhole. And they have limited information about the individual or about the business that they're looking to extend credit to and provide a loan to. And so what we're really spending a lot of time on is how do we expand the keyhole? And how do we do that by looking really at two main questions that all banks and lenders are looking to answer in a more complex world is, one, how do I confirm you are who you say you are? Mm-hmm. So with all of these advancements in tech and in AI, I think privacy, but specifically fraud, is becoming a greater challenge and concern. So we look at that in terms of fighting good with good, and that means with better data. The second is really about how do you actually make a decision about extending a line of credit and to what extent to a given lendee. And ultimately, what we're looking to do is to expand that keyhole again by leveraging more data, by giving more data to the lending community so that they can leverage that for a more holistic view of a consumer, of a small business, of a big enterprise that's looking for capital and liquidity. That was always the goal within our industry, but now with the advancements in some of the technology that has to underpin how those decisions are made, how risk is weighed, how fraud is verified, the opportunities are really accelerating now.
So when we talk about data and AI, there's a couple of different ways that they're impacting the financial services industry, and particularly when it comes to Experian, there's two perspectives. One is the business side, and of course how you help overcome financial challenges, but the other is the consumer side. And one of the things is about how AI and data analytics is overcoming financial inequality for B2C. So talk to me about both those elements and how it works for businesses and consumers.
Yeah, so businesses are trying to do some of the things that I was just mentioning, specifically around having a much more integrated user experience first and foremost.
Yeah.
So if you are extending a line of credit to a given consumer, how do you do so in a way that's integrated into their everyday lives? And that's where the concept of embedded finance comes in. And how do you embed finance into a consumer's life, not the other way around? Yeah. And then the way in which our lenders think about balancing risk and optimizing their P&L while also expanding the keyhole to be able to reach more consumers is really built off the back of greater analytics on more data enabled by more cloud computing. So that's on the B2B side. On the consumer side, this is really where Experian's mission is really focused, is around financial inclusion, because it's a real problem in the US and in many countries where just so many everyday people are actually locked out of the financial system and are not able to get basic credit.
Right.
One data point behind that is that in the US alone, there's over 100 million consumers who do not have access to mainstream credit.
100 million. Wow.
100 million. And so that may not be something that you and I think about every day, but it's really amazing to think that a third of the country just doesn't have access to mainstream credit. So, getting a mortgage, getting that loan for a new car, opening a small business with capital that you need is just currently not easy or not even a reality for a good chunk of the US population. And then when you extend that to a global purview, there's billions of people who are locked out of their respective financial systems that have to continue to transform to bring more people in, because I think that our role at Experian and our role within the financial services industry is to really make this better for everyday people so that they can pursue their dreams. Yeah. And one of the ways that we're doing that, and many of our clients are doing that, is looking to really expand the universe much more by bringing in new data sets that may not have been historically included in these types of decisions, so that financial institutions can still make risk-based decisions on extending liquidity and extending credit, but also are doing so to a subset of the population that they just can't even access today, even if they wanted to.
Scott, I know you've got a bit of a personal example when it comes to this issue of financial inclusion, because I think when you talk about 100 million people, people just assume, oh, that's got to be, people that are low income or that don't have the same opportunities. But that's not the case at all. Can you tell us how this has hit a bit close to home for you in terms of the issue of financial inclusion? Yeah,
absolutely. So I'm married to a Chinese American immigrant, and she and her family are successful. My mother-in-law is a doctor. Father-in-law is a successful engineer. And when I met them about 15 years ago, and they were looking to buy a home, they had to buy it in cash. They had no options on the table to get a mortgage, even though they each had respective careers that were very successful, had great income, very responsible with their finances. At the end of the day, they couldn't get a mortgage. They couldn't get a loan for a car. And so it was really shocking to me at the time. It wasn't something I had spent a ton of time thinking about growing up in the U.S. So I think that immigrant community in particular is one that hits home for many of us, I know, in the audience here that live in the U.S. and in other places as well. But even you think about recent graduates, if you don't have any credit history, it's still very difficult to get onboarded into the U.S. financial system. And when you think about most of your life events, right, it revolves around this concept of having access to fair and equitable credit. And that's, I think, a big problem in the U.S. and many other countries that Experian is looking to help with. A couple of years ago, we launched a product called Experian Go, actually, which is really aimed at onboarding people into the financial system that don't have a credit history or any credit background. Right. I wish that was in place 15 years ago when they moved here and when we were trying to get them set up, but I'm glad that there's something out there now that addresses the problem.
Scott, it would be remiss not to talk about the risks of AI when it comes to the industry in particular. What's your perspective on how you mitigate against AI risks in the financial services industries and what they are? We're running a bit short on time, so quick.
Yeah, so with AI, there's definite risks that we have to work through, both in our industry and in many others. I think it starts with transparency and explainability, which are not new concepts in financial services. If you're going to, extend a line of credit to someone, if you're going to deny them, you have to have an understanding of why that decision was made, because you're impacting people's lives and this has real implications. And so I think a real focus on the data that goes into the models and the data that comes out of the AI, I think, is really important. And having a high amount of documentation along the way is really, really important. And I think it's hard to talk about this without touching on regulation. Yeah. I think, we're supportive of regulation of AI, obviously, particularly in financial services. But it has to be the right AI. And it has to, regulation around AI, because we can definitely, create some challenges if we're not careful. So ultimately, I think it's about getting the right business leaders together with the right policymakers so that we can find solutions that protect the consumer first and foremost, but also allow us to drive the results we're looking to deliver.
Okay, so now looking ahead, my last question to you. Look into your proverbial crystal ball. What are some of the major trends you see when it comes to financial services that's related to data and technology and that you really see as future trends that are here to stay that are going to have a big impact on the industry?
Yeah, so with the advancements of data and AI in particular, there's one trend that is really picking up speed in the US. It actually started overseas in Europe and in other countries and is now coming to the US more, and that's called open banking. Mm-hmm. And what that really is this concept where consumers can contribute their data in exchange for better products from financial institutions. So Del, if you were to, as an example, sign up for Experian's Boost product, you can contribute some of your transaction history to us, and then in return, we can deliver you a better improved credit score, assuming that you're up to date with your bills and everything like that. And that concept is extending beyond that example and is really extending to core lending. And so if I were to look into the crystal ball for, over the next 5-7 years, I think traditional lending methodology and processes will not be replaced. They will be augmented by consumers connecting to banks via APIs, contributing their data that they're comfortable with for the bank to have access to, and the bank using that in conjunction with all of their historical credit data to make better decisions and hopefully offer them new and better products that they didn't have access to before. So I think in the future, the convergence of data, tech, AI really leads to more financial inclusion and a more modern way of underwriting across the board.
Either way, it's here to stay.
Absolutely.
Scott Brown, thank you so much for your time. Great talking to you today.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much to Scott and to Del. We have one more session before we take a break for coffee, and this is one I always look forward to, an editor's briefing with some of our best. The title is a big one, the US election and what's next for global politics and economics, all that in 25 minutes. I'll let White House correspondent Jeff Mason handle this one and introduce his panel. Come on up, everybody.
Good morning. Thank you, Axel. And it's great to be here with all of you and with this terrific panel. My name is Jeff Mason, and I'm a White House correspondent for Reuters. I've covered the White House for about 16 years now, amazingly, and been with Reuters for 24. What I'd like to do with the panel today is we're going to talk about some of the issue areas about what's next for the global politics and economy. So we'll talk about some of those issues, but also talk a little bit about how Reuters is covering them. So I'm going to ask the panelists to introduce themselves first, and then we'll get going. Go ahead.
Hi, thanks, Jeff. I'm Peter Thal-Larsen. I'm the editor of Reuters Breaking Views, which is the financial commentary wing of Reuters. So we have a team around the world who does commentary on finance, markets, policy, increasingly geopolitics, and everything else in between.
Terrific.
Hi, I'm Leila DeKretzer. I'm the page one editor at Reuters.
I'm Heather Timmons. I'm the White House editor at Reuters, and I ran our coverage of the Biden and then the Harris campaign.
Exactly. We had a crazy year
crazy
together. We're going to get into the election a little bit, but let's maybe start with you, Peter. Obviously, everyone is looking at what's next. That happens to be good branding for this conference as well. What's next for the world with President-elect Trump coming in? Your perspective from Europe. Tell us a little bit about how Europe is preparing for this incoming president.
Yeah, I think we're all preparing, which is probably similar to a lot of people in this room, which is being ready for that, waking up in the morning and thinking, oh, what's he done now?
Yeah.
Which I'm not looking forward to. So unpredictability is, as we know, is a big issue. I mean, I think, but obviously we have the first administration to go on as a bit more of a playbook, although there are some big differences this time. I think, particularly from a European perspective, obviously there's a lot of focus on tariffs and on security. The tariffs are, a subject of a lot of debate. I find actually, weirdly, a subject of much more debate, just on my experience, outside the US than inside the US. In fact, we just had a breakfast this morning with some people organized by Breaking Views, and we talked for about 45 minutes before anybody mentioned tariffs, which surprised me because I think if you had the equivalent conversation in Europe, tariffs would have come up straight away. But there seems to be this expectation here. Someone at that breakfast talked about, it was a great euphemism. He said, I think there's going to be strategic implementation of tariffs, which means not very much, I guess. So maybe that explains some of the difference. The other issue, obviously, for Europe, the big issue is the security issue. People are worrying a lot about Russia, about Ukraine, wondering how the Ukraine-Russia conflict will be resolved, if it can be resolved, and what that then means in terms of Russia posing potentially a threat to the rest of Europe. And obviously, Trump during the campaign raising doubts about, NATO and so forth. So that's a subject of great concern.
Just piggybacking on the tariff issue, I remember when President Trump was first elected in 2016, I had somebody at the church that I go to come up and who was not in favor of President Trump say, I hope you guys in the media don't give him a platform. And I said to her, well, he's now the president-elect, and he's going to be the president, and it's not our decision now whether or not to give him a platform. And the reason I bring that up in the context of tariffs is one of the things that everyone in the world, including the press corps, was always watching was his Twitter account, right? How many of you were watching Twitter and freaking out every time something new would come out during those years? Well, one of the reasons we had to give coverage to that is he would tweet a major policy announcement like, I'm going to impose 20% tariffs on X country. So it wasn't just musings or random complaints about the world. It was actual policy. Heather was involved in leading Reuters coverage of tariffs back then. What's your take on what will be different now and how it will compare to Trump 1.0?
I think, and this is talking to Steve Holland and other reporters that have been really closely covering Trump through this transition period. It's kind of a cliche to ever say Trump and discipline together. People laugh, but he is maybe not disciplined in the way that he speaks or the way that he tweets, but he has been disciplined in his transition. He has got You don't see the sort of photo ops with, I'd like this guy, and people shaking hands outside Mar-a-Lago. You're not seeing readouts when he's having meetings with foreign leaders. He is behind the scenes actually working on who he's going to pick, and not just the big names. He's not just casting people for looks, is what it felt like the first time a little bit. And this time he really does. He comes in with some ideas that are unusual, and he really does understand a lot better how the system works. And he wants to put people in there that are loyal to him, that aren't going to go against his wishes, but also that can execute what he wants. And so I think that we're going to see a lot more cleaner and deliberate process, with him. And that doesn't mean that he's not going to tweet crazy things. And that doesn't mean he's not going to come out and say something and do a dance and whatever. All those things will continue to happen. But in terms of getting done what he wants to get done, he is setting himself up in a better way to actually do it. And I think with the tariffs, when you throw out a number like 10% across-the-board tariffs, you have to think of that with Trump as a negotiation point. It's a man that likes a deal. He likes to make a deal. He likes to talk a deal. So that 10% number, that's your starting point. That's where you start.
Yeah, totally. I think we've even seen that a little bit with his cabinet picks. Like, let's start with Matt Gaetz and then see what we get. See
right.
That's going to work, and if not, we'll pick somebody else. Something else that's been a little bit different so far with Trump 2.0 is access to the media. And we don't have a working... Well, let me rephrase that. We have a working pool in Florida, but the Trump team is not using that. I can talk a little bit more about that in a second, but I'd like to, Leila, get your take on, in terms of broad coverage, how is Reuters approaching covering Trump, and what our role is as in using our trust principles and our theory and our philosophy?
I mean, I think one of the nice things right now is we've moved out of what ifs. Right. So the one great thing right now is we're past the election. We know who is going to be the president. And what if journalism can be tiresome because it often can be people's opinions, it can be commentary. And I think this is actually a great opportunity for us because we're not restricted to just covering Trump out of DC, right? Our news organisation is on the ground in Ukraine, is in Moscow, is across Europe. They are dealing with the actual ramifications of a president who has said that on the first day he is president, he's going to do a deal on Ukraine. And that's a really powerful thing for us. We are also, talking to most CEOs, many people in Wall Street, many of you here know our journalists. And that gives us an ability to report what's actually happening. And I think, again, we just talked about tariffs, 10%, 25%, will it be avocados? Will it be a widget that is, these are the questions. And what we're focused on is delivering the answers on that. And I do like being in the next stage where it isn't what if. I mean, when we first started covering Trump, we set up something called the Trump Effect. And the idea was to really focus on 4 areas where we'd cover his impact on America. And, trade was not covered from the policy side. It was also covered from the people on the ground and how it's affected them, and I think we're going to continue to do that.
Yeah, well said. I encourage the audience to submit questions. I see one that I'll take first. It says, how do you as journalists maintain an unbiased stance? I love that question. It's perfect for a Reuters reporter, and my answer to that is both sides in the U.S. in terms of covering politics have always given me reason to be skeptical. So it's my job to go in, be skeptical like reporters are supposed to do, and then provide biased coverage. My job is not to have an opinion. My job is not to try to find somebody's or to express my opinion. Our job is to get the news out. And one of at the beginning of Trump 1.0, I had a slightly, not slightly, I had another role, which I was the president of the Correspondents Association at that time. And there was a lot of pressure on the press corps then for how we were going to cover Trump. And when people asked my advice then and now, how do we do this? My answer was always just report the news and do good work. And I think that's what you'll see from Reuters as we do 2.0. Let's move on back to policy a little bit. You brought up Ukraine, Peter. obviously, there's a big difference between President-elect Trump's view on Ukraine and the war and outgoing President Biden's. What does that mean for Kyiv, and what is that going to mean for the war?
I think that's one area where, unfortunately, we're still a little bit in the what-if stages of things, because I think I think what's shifted in the last year or so is there's a recognition that it's going to be harder and harder for Ukraine to just keep going, and so they're running short of people, they're running short of money, material, etc. On the other hand, I think if there is a sense of that Trump just wants to get out, and then you could have a settlement very quickly, but it wouldn't be an attractive one for Ukraine. So there is now a little bit of this dance going on, which says, well, actually, if one option for the Trump administration would be to come in and say, we are prepared to commit more money, arms, etc. We'll have a go at the Europeans and get them to spend more as well, but in the expectation that would then force Putin to come to the table. Maybe a little bit of wishful thinking, but I think there's still a sort of there are a number of different possibilities in terms of that could all lead to a deal, but would be a very different deal. Mm-hmm. And then you get into what kind of security guarantees does Ukraine get as part of a deal and so forth, and what kind of what territories do they give up. So I think there's a wide range of outcomes, all of which could end in a deal. But I think probably what's happened in the last few months, and particularly with the election of Trump, is that some sort of deal looks more likely now than it did before.
And just the fact that the deal is a word being used, Leila, we were talking about earlier, is a shift.
Yeah, I mean, just a few months ago, Ukraine held a peace plan conference where Russia wasn't there. I mean, it was very difficult to speak about what negotiations could even happen. And now we're seeing Zelensky is looking to get agreement from Europe about what he can go in and negotiate with. So again, it's taking it out of that what if. I mean, we were talking outside. Trump has already almost been in power. We're seeing things shift on the ground in a number of places. I mean, we're talking about Ukraine and what's been going on in terms of Europe agreeing on what they could go in and get a deal done. But we also, see expectations that we might see this in the Middle East too. There is action happening on the ground as people scramble to try and figure out where they're going to be.
I'm going to bring a couple topics together now and share a story with you all about negotiations. I wonder if we might have a little more transparency, ironically, with the Trump administration than we did with Biden, because he likes to perform and do some of these things in front of the press. I was in the Oval Office once when the president was on a phone call, then President Trump, with Bibi Netanyahu. And it was during COVID. I had a mask on. Trump didn't like masks. And in the middle of this phone call that he brought the press in to listen to, we started to ask some questions of the president. And then he said to Netanyahu, Bibi or Prime Minister or whatever, Jeff Mason is here and he's got this huge mask on and he wants to ask you a question. On the phone in the Oval. So I'll be curious to see if we get in on some of that negotiations in terms of the press. We'll see if we get more access than we're getting now. Another piece of this, Heather, this panel is also about politics, obviously. President Trump won very convincingly in 2024. You and I and our team spent a lot of time covering Harris. What happens next for the Dems, and how are they dealing with all of this?
Yeah, I think they're still sort of sorting through the rubble. I mean, just losing every single battleground state was a result that I don't think any of them predicted. And she did get a huge outpouring. We all saw of sort of young people and money and donations. And all those people are still sort of walking around now. And again, it's another young generation of Americans who just got into politics going, wait, I thought we weren't going back. Like, what do we do now? And it's been very interesting to hear a lot of Democrats in Washington starting to talk about some of the ideas that Bernie Sanders has been talking about for years. We saw Ro Khanna talking about Medicare for all recently, and talking about how they've lost the working class. And, there's a lot of similarity between some of the ideas Bernie Sanders had and some of the things that Trump said when he ran the first time, especially. talking just about costs and talking about that's what really won him the election this time in a lot of ways. People were concerned about how much stuff cost, and Trump promised them that he would bring those costs down. Does the policy of putting tariffs on a whole bunch of all of our imports make sense? Maybe not, but that's what he promised, and that's what people want. So you are seeing some Democrats starting to talk about how do we really address things like that. There'll be a Democratic National Committee election in February. Right now, there's 5 people running for it. They're all men. There's no women on that for the first time in a while in that election. So, it'll be months probably before you see people starting to emerge from that you say, oh, maybe that's a candidate for 2028.
Yeah. Lots for the party to recover from. I want to go to a question from the audience. Some Trump voters tend to follow the quote, but he doesn't really mean it logic. Are they right, especially in the context of the U.S. leaving NATO?
I think, I'm going to jump in on that. I
Sure.
think one of the things that we've learned out of the election was that Democrats focused on what Trump said. And many people believe one of the reasons they lost the election was that they were so focused on what he said rather than who he is and what he wants to do. And I think his voters actually don't focus on what he says so much. Honestly, they focus on who he is, the rejection of elitism, many other things that he kind of represents, but also the negotiation and where he's going to end up. So actually, his words are often not the point, and I think we see this often in policy. He goes out, he floats an idea, but he, as Jeff said, is much more transparent in getting response, right? There have been criticisms of the Biden administration that there were more academics than there were open for business, people being able to give their input. So what Trump tends to do is float a balloon, and then he has everyone come in. CEOs will say, no, you can't put that tariff in that way because it's going to screw this person, or a financier say, well, this will be the impact. So the words are maybe not the point, if that makes sense. They are, and Ruth is, do you say Ruta or Rutt? This is where I get it wrong. Ruta, thanks. He's already sort of
the head of NATO.
Committed NATO to 2% funding, right? He's pushing some of the things that Trump wanted, and that's more than the words that are being said, I would say.
Yeah. This also applies to the issue of tariffs, right? I was struck after Trump tweeted or used Truth Social to say, I'm going to put massive tariffs on Canada and Mexico, that the market the next day didn't really react. The Dow had just hit, I think, 45 the day before, barely a reaction. Is that because people are assuming these tariffs aren't actually going to happen?
I think there's quite a bit of that. But I wouldn't underestimate the uncertainty that is caused by having a president who just floats these ideas. I mean, floating the idea of NATO might not be there for you. Is if you're in the Baltics or in Poland, that is a really existential thing for someone to say. And if you even create the possibility for Russia to test that commitment at some point, which I wouldn't be surprised if that happens, then that has real consequences. And I think you can see that play out across a lot of policy, tariffs and so forth. Companies are trying to plan, they're trying to make strategic, and they're sort of looking at this and saying, this is the direction of travel. It may not happen exactly as he's saying it in his tweets, but that's where it's heading. And by the way, we can't really be sure that this is an aberration. I think with the first Trump administration, there was a sense of this is an aberration, it will correct, and then we'll kind of go back to where we were before. And I think that's out the window now. So people outside the US are looking at the US as a less predictable and therefore less reliable partner. And that has real consequences in terms of how people plan.
Also, he didn't do everything he said he was going to do, but he did some. And one of those was tariffs on China the last time around, which, by the way, stayed in place under the Biden administration.
But we also have to take the other side. Who are they going to do business with? I mean, the US is the strongest economy. We have seen that one of Trump's impact is for people to deleverage on China. I don't think Europe necessarily feels like a winner. I mean, we have the Swedish Fin Minister saying we are behind on development. So, I think the feeling in the United States is what will the rest of the world think of us with Trump. But the truth is the rest of the world is very dependent on doing business with the US.
For sure.
And with questions about European leadership right now, too, and what's going to happen there, I don't know, maybe we just we're all headed into a much more transactional world. You have sort of less unilateral and more bilateral or whatever it is.
China is obviously, we were talking about Europe, but China is obviously going to be a big piece of all of this as well. And the president loves having a foil. He uses the media for a foil, but I think he's also used China sometimes in that way to turn it into an enemy. One of the questions that we have from the audience is China's recent ban on exports of sensitive products will drive a more combative trade relationship with the West. How will the West respond in the near term? Maybe, Heather, do you want to take that first in terms of maybe more broadly, what do we think Trump is going to do on China and tariffs?
I mean, by already saying that he's going to put huge tariffs on Chinese import, he kind of opened that gambit there. And this recent ban on exports seems to be more of a response to Biden administration bans that have been targeted and painful in some ways. You and I have talked about, we kind of anticipate another U.S.-China, let's not call it a trade war, but sort of a ratcheting up of tensions. And, as you said, Trump he needs a foil. He likes a foil. He needs to fight against a foil. There is no Democratic Party right now for him to fight against. There's nobody there. So it's China, it's the media. I would just anticipate that maybe that relationship gets more antagonistic.
Yeah. But it's a very pertinent question, I think, because that is a sign also of China basically saying we're going to adopt a similar playbook, right? I mean, and the US has shown the way in terms of applying sort of pressure and on choke points, whether it's on the use of the dollar in financial sanctions or in technology exports. And the Chinese are now saying, okay, well, we can play this game as well. And so some things we may ban exports, or you'll have to have permission to export them. And that will affect not just the US, but it also is a way for China to apply leverage against US allies. Like if you look at Japan and South Korea, they're very dependent on specific Chinese exports. And if the US starts sort of saying, well, you've got to come into my camp, then the Chinese say, well, actually, no, if you're going to go into that camp, you won't be able to have these things. It's going to cause a real... So other countries can play this game as well.
For sure. There's also the relationship piece in all of it. President Trump likes President Xi. He has an affinity for more autocratic leaders, as we know. And yet he also kind of turned on Xi in 2020 when COVID happened. To what extent, Leila, if you want to weigh in as we're closing down, do you think that will be a dynamic again?
I mean, I think we have to see what plays. I mean, there is no indication that Trump is going to go easy on China, right? What we're seeing right now, and China, I mean, what Peter was saying in terms of the export bans, but also the investigation into NVIDIA is a big deal for almost every investor around the world. But I think one other relationship that speaks to that is his relationship with Netanyahu. Like, the deal that is coming this way that we're all anticipating is a deal between the Saudis and Israel. And that deal then sets the table for what happens in Gaza. And I think that's where, his personal relationships can come and go. And he uses anger or hatred, which sometimes seems to characterize the relationship with Netanyahu, as much as he does being liked, right? So, I think that style of negotiating is going to have a very big impact on our world.
No doubt. So we've answered all questions about how Trump is going to impact the global economy and the globe in 25 minutes. Thank you to our expert panel. We have to close with that, and we hope you enjoy the rest of the day. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed to the panel. Never disappointing. And actually, Jeff, one quick question for you. It's no secret you have quite a feisty relationship with Trump. I've certainly got it boring for you, is it?
It's not boring, no.
Was there some little tinge of exhilaration, excitement when you heard the result of the election as a result of that, with your journalist hat on?
Definitely not going to answer that question, Axel. But I would say covering him, it's a really big story. One thing that we won't have this time around that we had last time around is he's not going to yell at us to take our masks off.
No, very true.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you so much to all of you. That was super. All right, we're going to have a 30-minute break. Head out, grab a coffee, and we'll see you back here at 11:30. And that will be an interview with Goldman Sachs CEO David Solomon. So you don't want to miss that one. We will see you shortly. Thanks very much.
2 years have traded, and they've probably even traded at or above 21 levels for a number of those businesses. But it's really the rest of the industry, because let's not forget, private equity went from essentially 5,000 to 6,000 private equity-backed companies 5-6 years ago, about 1,500 exits a year. We now have over 25,000 private equity-backed companies. We still have a similar number of exits a year. The math at this point, obviously we've got to find other alternative ways to see these companies monetized.
I mean, you talk about that. It's a good transition because you bring up the tech concentration. Obviously, Warburg Pincus is a global firm. You spend a lot of time in Asia. You have funds looking everywhere. And yet the big problem that we hear from a lot of the buy side is that the U.S. markets now account for something close to 70% of the world's market cap. They want to, diversification is the name of the game, but you can't ignore what's happening. How do you, is it the same in the private markets? I mean, I know you're dependent on the public markets as well for exits and things like that, but is it the same in the private markets, and how are you approaching that sort of quandary?
Look, I mean, Warburg's the oldest, continuously run private equity firm in the world. We've been investing for nearly 60 years, and we've always maintained that core principle of diversification. We're looking for where the best, risk reward is. Now, at the same time, you can't ignore the beta, right? And so you're seeing increasingly, if I'm looking at our current 14th flagship fund,
There's a lot of it driven by being publicly traded. But you've kind of really, I mean, you've done a few different things, but you've pretty much stayed in your lane for 60 years. What do you think? I mean, how are you approaching that? Do you want to expand it in more products? Do you want to go public? Do you want to? How do you want to? What's the stamp you're going to put on Warburg Pincus?
And look, I think a part of some of those strategy changes from some of our peers, I think were driven by the fact that they were public, and the public market values fee-related earnings as opposed to what's been an incredibly powerful tool in this aligned triangle of if our portfolio companies do well, our LPs do well, and we do well in the process, and that's the inherent carry that comes from successful funds and successful deals. I think for us, we think it's a competitive advantage for us to be a investor-first private partnership. Now, that doesn't mean, as even today, we don't just do private equity, right? We have activities in real estate. We have our capital solutions business, so think about it as hybrid capital. And obviously, we continue to look at ways that we feel like meet a couple key criteria. One is that it leveraged this phenomenal deal engine that we've built over the past 50-plus years. Our ability to source, underwrite, and execute with a very large value creation team we think is very, very valuable. The second is that it's something that's scalable. The third is that our investors actually like the risk reward associated with it, as opposed to kind of forcing on them, in a way, a little bit of a supermarket element. And I think the last piece is it makes us better investors in the process. So take capital solutions that we went into about a year ago and raised a separate vehicle for. Now when our investment professionals go meet a company or a management team, they can go with a straight equity deal. They can go with a structured solution, depending on what's the better risk reward. Sometimes you could force and say, I'm going to push to get a deal done, but it's, maybe you're struggling to get to a 20% IRR. You can do a structured deal, be much more protected from a left tail perspective, and earn a 17. right? As long as you have the right source of capital for that, that feels like a better risk reward. So I think that's really how we've kind of focused ourselves. And my personal view is I think if we were ever in a situation where I feel like we'd be at a competitive disadvantage by not being public, then I think like any leader, you have to revisit that. I think the opposite is true right now. I think between our investors who are focused on performance-driven investing firms, so that investor-first mindset, and the second is I think with investing talent wants to be and wants to gravitate towards firms that are focused on generating alpha. And I think that's the culture, that's the DNA of the firm, and I think that's worked well for us. I do agree, though, that our investors increasingly want to do more with fewer managers. And I think part of the expansion of our own remit in those areas that leverages that deal engine that's been created is so that we have deeper and deeper partnerships with those investors.
So in this very hot private credit market, you're happy to be a customer and user of the product more than a provider?
Look, we've definitely been a big user of the product. It's how we finance most of our businesses today. And look, there are great structural tailwinds for that space. But I think to go prosecute that opportunity, you really need a separate team, and obviously you need a lot of scale in that business. It's very much a flow business.
Got it. Why don't we talk a little bit about sort of the political environment too? We heard from David and his views on things like tariffs, deportations, other sorts of policy things that we're hearing might be likely. How does any of that sort of affect your firm? And then maybe a little bit about like the effect on your portfolio companies.
Yeah, look, I'd say from a firm and from an investing perspective, look, we're still very focused on the micro. It's finding talented entrepreneurs. It's finding good businesses to invest behind. I would say, though, the industry as a whole for probably 40 years didn't really need to focus as much about the macro, right? The macro was interesting. Of course, we would all pay attention. Right. But I think there are so many factors, obviously, at play between global power conflict, between a number of supply, parallel supply chain. I mean, there's so many things. You got two hot wars going on. With that, we do have to kind of be much more mindful of the macro today than I think at any point, certainly than I've been at the firm. That being said, our success is tied to the investments that we make, and a lot of times it's more about the who than the what. It's who you're investing behind in those businesses. I would say for us, sector-wise, we think the core sectors we focus on between technology, financial services, healthcare, industrials, all of these are going to continue to find, we think, attractive and interesting opportunities. I would say the one that gets probably less press in private equity is financial services, in that it's something that's so unique. It's 20+% of the economy, but it's less than 2% of the dollars raised in private equity over the last decade. So we find it to be really less competitive. Continue to find very interesting opportunities, whether it's on the balance sheet side, asset management, insurance, fintech. I mean, it is a pretty broad set of opportunities. And again, if anything, on the bank side, with some of the regulatory changes that could be at play, that may create more opportunities within that space as well. I think to the second part of the question, within our portfolio, look, I mean, obviously, if there's substantial tariffs, and to David's point, we don't know the implementation, we don't know what that's going to look like. If there's an inflationary element of that, I mean, one of the single biggest things we focus on at the IC level, beyond obviously AI, which we heard them talk about before, is pricing power of businesses. Because ultimately, if there continues to be inflation, and you continue to see pressures on the wage side as well, you've got to be able to drive price increases. One of the things that's really important in this industry, we're going to see probably change over the next decade is, with higher rates likely, the ability to kind of benefit from multiple expansion in the same way that's been the case. I mean, if you take a step back, 47% of returns over the past decade for top quartile funds came from multiple expansion. And so that momentum style of investing, we think kind of starts to turn back to, I think, our core focus of investing, which is focus on earnings and how you grow earnings. And that's going to be a big a part of this going forward. And if you can make a little less money from leverage, from multiple expansion, then you've got to do it through how you grow earnings, right? And how you buy kind of businesses on the way in.
So you also have, I mean, that covers sort of the thinking a little bit from the U.S. perspective. You are obviously heavily invested in Asia. You have a standalone China fund, a president that's not terribly fond of the country. How are you thinking about that in the context of tariffs and other policies? And will you raise another China-specific fund?
Yeah, so I mean, even our China Companion Fund had grown beyond China when we had the successor vehicle. And I think as we think about Asia and speaking to many of our investors, I think investors now are looking for a diversified way to play Asia. So to my earlier point, 2/3 of global growth is likely to come from Asia. And so in the past, our experience had been investors wanted to be stock pickers of countries, right? They wanted to invest in China. It was down. It was up. It's back down again. India was down. Now it's the best, in some elements, the most attractive market that everyone wants beyond the U.S. And look, these things will change. And so just trying to get the broad-based exposure, I think, is important. Look, I think for China, our investments have historically always been very domestic consumption driven. And with that, so I think the tariffs kind of play less of an element in terms of how that's going to be impacted. I think what it could be a catalyst for, though, is potentially more stimulus, right? I think China, as they think about policy, if you see a lot on the tariff side, I think the response may be more of a much larger stimulus that they may be holding back today. Okay. So I think that's something that could, if you're a glass half full person, could be a catalyst, obviously, in the market. But look, I think as some of these uncertain variables remain kind of open, we've obviously had a higher bar to investing in the market. And for us, India has been our largest private equity market for a long time. And we're increasingly making investments in places like Japan. And we have a pretty sizable real estate franchise that is truly pan-Asia and doing a lot in places like Australia, South Korea, and Japan as well. But look, I think when you think about Asia, certainly China has always been a core part of that. It's a $17-18 trillion economy. And so I think it's going to continue to be top of mind for investors in terms of tracking where things go.
Okay. We're winding down on time. I just want to ask, since AI is such a big part of this conference, I did want to get your take on how is AI being implemented on the buy side. Is it a big upside for you, and how is it maybe an example or two on how it's being used?
Yeah, sure.
In your portfolio companies.
I'd say first from an investing perspective, I think for us, we've really been thinking about ways to find multiple derivatives to play kind of AI, as opposed to in direct companies that obviously have pretty inflated valuations in a number of areas. So obviously you look at data center capacity doubling over the next 5 years. Certainly the low-hanging fruit was to build data centers. We've done that quite a bit. But alternatively, if you think about capacity doubling in the next 5 years, think about all the other elements in the supply chain and the value chain that are going to be positively impacted by that. So one of the benefits of being an integrated firm with a single partnership is we can mobilize a task force. So we have an AI data center task force in terms of how it's impacting both on the positive, what are the areas and the subsectors we should be focusing on to invest. At the same time, what are some of our core sectors that we've covered that may be adversely impacted by some of these changes. So that's one big area. Look, I think within the portfolio, our big focus with our portfolio companies has been try not to do everything at once. Find one or two areas that you think AI can kind of help your business. Focus on those initially and start to see kind of the fruits of the labor, right? And we have businesses that have now used AI sales assistants, right, to start to take all the data that they have in their database on a specific customer. And in real time, they can start to communicate with them in a way as if they've known, all those facts as the salesperson, forever. It's a huge advantage. And by the way, it's almost infinitely scalable, right, once you have kind of access to the information. So we think there's a great opportunity to really enhance the revenue side of the equation through AI. And, look, I think one thing that David said right before is there's a huge productivity increase that can kind of come from it as well. And, we see it on the Warburg side, even from a prospecting perspective. What we've done on that front is, when one of our investment professionals goes to a specific city, through the AI support, it can also highlight other companies that they should be visiting while they're there within a 5, 10, 15-minute radius that maybe we haven't seen in 3 years. that they wouldn't have otherwise kind of thought about. So there's a lot of applications. I think the key is you want to be targeted. You don't want to try to do everything at once. And I think that's, at least for us, I think the lesson we've learned from the activity from our portfolio companies.
That's really helpful. Before we let you go, I want to take you through a quick lightning round just to give us a few ideas to think about. Let's start with Bitcoin because it's obviously becoming more entrenched in the system. Buy, hold, or sell?
Someone who doesn't own it, it's hard for me to have an opinion on it.
Okay. Which will be the best performing stock market in the world next year?
Look, I think it's hard to probably bet against the U.S., but I would say if I was using my gut, it would tell me that I think one of them in Asia may end up being the best performing because it may be coming off a much lower base.
Okay. And finally, where will 10-year treasuries be in 3 years?
Maybe you should ask the previous panelist that. Look, what I would say is, would I be surprised if it had a 5 in front of it? I think no. Could it easily be somewhere in the 4? Sure. But I think that the reality is for all the reasons we were talking about, I mean, you're likely to have, we're likely to be in a higher rate environment. Not so high by historical standards, but certainly based on what we've lived through over the last 10 to 15 years.
Okay. Great. Good thing to leave us with. Thanks very much,
Appreciate
Jeff.
it. Thanks, Jeff.
Thank you, Jeffrey and Jeffrey. We now have a Reuters event session held in partnership with Jetro, and they'll be looking at building global business portfolios and exploring new markets. So to introduce her panel, I'm going to hand over to the event moderator, Delarani.
Jane, thank you so much for that kind introduction. I would like to introduce some of my fellow panelists who are on stage. Over here is Mr. Takeo Nakajima from Jetro. That's Audrey Charles from Lamb Research, Dr. Siva Sivaram from QuantumScape, and Mr. Norihiko Ishiguro, Chairman and CEO of Jetro. Welcome to all of you. Thank you so much for joining us. Ishiguro-san, Mr. Ishiguro, I would like you to start. Can you just tell us what's your take on the current global situation and more specifically talking about Japan and some of the recent developments that are taking place over there?
Okay. Yeah, thank you very much. So I'm Norihiko Ishiguro, Chairman and the CEO of the Jetro. Jetro is a government affiliate organization which promotes two-way trade and investment between Japan and the rest of the world. Looking at the recent global situation, both trade and foreign direct investment decreased last year. The pace of the globalization has slowed down. Disruption in the supply chain stemming from the pandemic and regional demographic turmoil, as well as a problem with supplying food, energy, and critical materials have prompted countries to accelerate the introduction of the protectionist measures. Under these circumstances, we can say that global investment trade have been changing. For example, Japan, ASEAN, and India have been great attention. I've been watching the Japanese economy and its companies for 40 years since joining the Ministry of the Economy, Trade, and Industry. Today, I would like to talk about the 4 positive and dynamic change that have occurred recently in Japanese economy and the Japanese companies, as well as some attractive aspects of the Japan that remain unchanged. First is the Japan's macroeconomy, which is making a dramatic recovery. Deflation have contained for 30 years, has been contained, making way of the mild inflation of the around 2%. In the business community, there is a consensus that was wage increase, that surplus mild inflation will be the key to the spiral consumer spending and turning around the downward spiral in the Japanese economy to the virtuous cycle. In fact, wage increase exchange 5% were achieving this spring. Corporate examines are strong and capital investment is accelerated. And the second, the most largest Japanese companies in the first developed technology and the business models on their own, known as not invented here. Japanese businesses have become very enthusiastic about the M&A and open innovation currently to accelerate technological innovation and strengthen their international competitiveness. Third, the number of the startups has dramatically increased and the quality is improving. In the past, talented and gifted students graduating from major universities join to the big businesses and or become bigger government officials. Nowadays, outstanding graduates are starting their own business in a deep tech such as AI, robotic, biotechnology, fintech, and so on. And fourth, increasing the labor mobility, transition, employment practice were common among the large companies, such as lifetime employment and seniority-based system have collapsed. Now the more than 1 in 3 percentage is 34.9% of the university graduates leave their jobs within 3 years. This makes it easier for hire good managers and exchanges more than before. Lastly, some aspects of Japan have remained unchanged, have gained renewed appreciation. These includes locally and economically, politically and economically stable social structure and a safe and secure living environment and advanced levels of the technology. In the session that followed, we would like to have lively discussion about the global business environment amid of the uncertainty. In particular, we would like to redefine what makes Japan attractive. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Ishiguro-san. Appreciate those opening remarks. So just kind of going off the back of what he said, he would like to have a lively discussion about the current global situation and what makes Japan attractive. Dr. Sivaram, I want to start with you. You're from QuantumScape. For people that may not be familiar with what QuantumScape does, it is a solid-state battery developer that's focused on electric vehicles. Siva, what's your perspective on the current global environment? What types of opportunities are there and challenges do you see globally right now?
As you would expect, batteries are one of those platform technologies that affects a lot of industries. Mm-hmm. We started talking about the automotive industry, but it is the same is true for any number of other, for example, AI data centers need power. They need to be modulated. You're going to need static storage. You're going to need consumer electronics, defense industries. Everywhere you turn, there is going to be need for batteries. The need for batteries is growing, and you can't solve today's problems with yesterday's technologies. That's where a company like QuantumScape fits in, where we are coming in and saying, we are developing the next generation of battery technologies. Just like semiconductors, batteries are one of those foundations on which multiple industries are going to be built. Right. And Japan, for us, is one of those pillars for us to build on. Okay. Japan has been traditionally a strong player in batteries for a long time. Till recently, the leadership has shifted out of Japan. So Japan is eager to reestablish that leadership. So what Ishiguro-san was talking about, the changes that he is seeing in Japan, we are actually more interested in the things that have been constant about Japan. A stable environment, stable set of regulations, safe, predictability, a very deep pool of talent, good partnership between public and private sectors. These are what are making it interesting for us to go invest and grow in Japan.
Right, and we will talk a little bit more about that in just a moment. But before we get there, Audrey, I'd love to get your take. Lam Research, is a company that makes semiconductor manufacturing technology and equipment that's used to make almost nearly every advanced semiconductor in the world, just as a way of context. Right. So, from the perspective of the semiconductor industry, what's your take on the current global environment, and how do you balance diversification versus specialization when it comes to investments globally?
Yeah, great. Thanks, Dill, and great to be here this morning, or this afternoon now. So, I'm entering my 30th year in the semiconductor industry, and there's never been a more exciting time as semiconductors are literally powering the transformations taking place around us, such as Gen AI and smart mobility, that I know we're going to touch on a lot in the panel today. And Lam is at the very center of that, as you said, as we manufacture the equipment that makes the chips that are enabling this AI era. And when you think about kind of like the growth opportunity here, it's forecasted that the industry is going to hit about $1 trillion in demand by 2030, which is an approximate doubling of kind of like the levels of today. So definitely a lot of growth ahead and opportunity. And that's a very global story, which we'll get into. It's not a one country, it's not a one device story. Yeah. So I think the opportunity is really, for Lam, we think about two vectors. Customer centricity, so being close to where our customers are and making sure we have the capability to support them with what they need to be successful. And the second thing is this is an innovation-driven industry, right? And it's really hard. I mean, the semi-industry is making skyscrapers at the nanoscale. And one of the hottest spaces in semis right now, which people may have heard about advanced packaging, is literally taking those skyscrapers and putting them on top of each other and adding a transit station underneath. Oh my gosh. Yeah. So it's, innovation is really the thing that is going to drive the industry forward. So technology leadership, investing, being kind of globally located and tapping into those innovation ecosystems in order to accelerate is, again, where Lam thinks there's a lot of opportunity.
So Siva and Audrey, both your companies have been in Japan for a while, but you have very different stories. Siva, I want to start with you. You set up a regional base in Japan in 2022, so pretty recently, a couple of years ago. And you set it up in Kyoto, not Tokyo. So tell us a little bit about why you made that decision, and what were the considerations when you were looking at Asia? Why Japan?
Just like Audrey was talking about, we want to be close to our customers. And Japan's automotive industry is one of those. All of us have driven Japanese cars growing up, and the industry is well established and the network is very, very strong. Now, having said that, we do look at globally. We have major partnerships in Germany. We are looking at, obviously, domestic partners in the United States. But for me, when I look at Japan, the talent pool and the depth of the knowledge that is there and the eagerness to get back into leadership is a perfect match for us to work with. We talked about the Ministry of Economy, Trade and Industry, which is a powerful body that is coordinating the public-private directions of where the country needs to grow. And batteries is on the forefront of it. Mm-hmm. And it is very important for us to establish that with the Japanese auto industry. It's not just the auto industry, as we were just talking about it. Other power needs, whether it be in stationary power, powering the utilities, or whether it is for consumer electronics, or whether it is the defense industries. It is a place from which we can build and grow. And the existing talent pool, surprisingly, is in Kyoto. Huh. Kyoto is where the large old battery manufacturing infrastructure exists. It is easy for us to go there. It's easier to attract talent there than in the ultra-high competitive Tokyo marketplace to go do it. And the universities in and around Kyoto, whether it is Osaka, whether it is in Hiroshima, whether it is in Kyoto University, or even from the rest of the university network in Japan, which, by the way, is extraordinarily strong, for us to attract those young professionals who want to come in, who want to work with lively startup kind of an infrastructure, getting up as opposed to going into the large behemoth companies from the past. young people want to come and work with us.
Oh, that's good.
And that makes it interesting for us to be in.
Yeah. So
And
having
in
that strong public-private partnership, the interest in investment from the government, but also the talent pool. Audrey, your story is very interesting. You know, QuantumScape established a base there in 2022. You guys have been there for a while. Since when? A few decades, right?
Yes, early 90s.
Yes. So why Japan, and what type of changes have you seen over the years?
Well, it goes back to talking about needing to be close to the customer to be successful. So Japan has a long and a rich history in semiconductors. So that's definitely, again, kind of wherever our customers are, we're going to be there to make sure we're doing a great job supporting them. And I think now, you know, I was just in Japan a couple of weeks ago. I know Siva was also just there as well. It's just, again, it's a really exciting time, a great energy and excitement, very strong statement of support from the Japanese government, as we've talked about. And while this is happening in multiple regions, it's really notable. It is really notable. The focus in Japan and the progress over the last couple of years. A number of our global customers have opened new fabs, new operations in Japan, and deepened their partnerships in the region over the last couple of years. And we talked briefly as well beforehand about there's one very large and notable new customer in Japan, Rapidus. It's a very large-scale startup, and basically they're really focused on 2-nanometer advanced logic development and delivery with a very global view around collaboration.
Mm-hmm.
And I think, you know, Siva also has a good perspective on this, which you learned this morning, but it's kind of an exciting time.
Yeah, tell us about Rapidus, Siva. You had some comments on it backstage.
So let me give you a little bit background of myself, something that I really do not like to talk about in public. I have been to Japan maybe now over 125 times. So think of it, I live in California, 10 hours up, 10 hours down. That's 20 hours. That's 2,500 hours in a plane, which is more than one whole working year. It's not a good
I love
thing.
you did the math.
So I have been in Japan for a long time. Prior to this, we built multi-$10 billion investments jointly with the Japanese partner to go build large semiconductor facilities. But the one that we are just talking about, Rapidus, is an audacious move by the Japanese government and the Japanese startup ecosystem to come together. To come back and say, here is something that we need to retake the leadership. Mm-hmm. To come back and say, we don't want to just incrementally move. We want to leap and get to as far forward. All today's NVIDIA chips are going to be next year in the 2-nanometer node. Why don't we get there ahead of everybody? Wow. And that kind of a public-private partnership to go, I know this well because I'm on the board of Rapidus, but it is very interesting how well the industry and the government are recently working together in Japan to plot a path forward. And redirecting it back to my own industry with batteries, that's the kind of things we are trying to do, where last year's technologies can be in manufacturing elsewhere. Let's make sure we direct it towards where we need to be. That's the solid-state batteries that we're talking about. But Rapidus is one of those test cases of a large-scale startup and a public partnership to go reach farther out in the time.
Mm-hmm. So that's definitely a name to watch out for everyone, Rapidus. Mr. Nakajima, I'd love to get your thoughts and comments in here. From a Jetro perspective, can you add some more context to the stories we're hearing about?
Right. I'd just like to introduce you some data and case studies to follow up your comments. First, over the past 10 years, the stock of FDI in Japan has surged from $140 billion to $340 billion in 10 years. That is a 2.5-fold increase. And Japan now ranks among the top-tier countries in terms of annual FDI inflows. So remarkable FDI growth underscores Japan's investment attractiveness. And interestingly, China became the world's second economy in 2010, and investment in Japan proliferated since then. So the emergence of China-US rivalry and the China risk and investment influx to Japan are not coincidences. And according to our survey of foreign invested enterprises in Japan, 61% said they intend to expand their business in the coming years. And Micron, for example, as they mentioned, has announced more than $3 billion in investment plans to increase next generation DRAM production in Hiroshima, Japan. And in recent years, Intel, Apple, Google, and Samsung have all strengthened our R&D functions capabilities in Japan. And the two top startup accelerators in the US, Techstars and Alchemist, currently open the Japan program to capture the growth of Japanese enterprises, Japanese startups, sorry. So lots of new things happen in Japan, and Reuters covered a lot. Thank you.
Oh, that's really good to hear. Look, we've spoken extensively about Japan. I do want to broaden this discussion out to talk more broadly about opportunities and how you see Asia-Pacific as a whole. Audrey, let's start with you. Your company has a strong presence in Asia. Japan is one of the many markets. You also operate in Malaysia, Taiwan, South Korea, and India. Which new markets do you see as having the highest potential for investment and growth, and what are the promising industries within these markets?
Yeah, so going back to, I think that's the really great thing about semi at the moment, and this 1 trillion opportunity is it's not a one country or, like I said, a one device story. In fact, I think when you look at the growth taking place in different regions, there's also a global story, right, about what's kind of concentrated where. But some of the ones you highlighted, Dil, for sure are very interesting. We heard in the opening remarks as well about India and the ASEAN region, and their stated intention to have the opportunity to participate in this semiconductor growth as a key catalyst or driver, right, for their own development. And I think, again, when we think about fulfilling this opportunity ahead of us, and the talent and the infrastructure and the resources that are needed to do that, it's a good thing to have these different regions engaging. And I think Lam and other companies in the industry, again, can really lean into the ecosystem collaboration and help to make that happen. For example, in India, where we've been there for almost 25 years, but again, in support of this kind of public-private partnership and increased focus on semiconductors, last year we signed a MOU with a university to train like 60,000 engineers using our Semiverse solutions, which is basically virtual tools, which allows people to participate in training and experience the equipment without actually having the equipment there. So it's a really great way to scale the training, scale the access, scale the workforce, get the pipeline ready. And, you know, people have said there could be as much as 1 million job shortfall for the semi-industry by the end of the decade globally. So I think, again, innovations like this, broadly deployed, are really important from a development perspective.
Siva, I'd love to get your input on this. Where do you see the opportunities?
So last quarter, just earlier this year in September, China announced that 51% of all cars sold in China in that quarter were either electric or hybrid. First time we have seen that majority change. The automotive industry in the US is about 5% of the country's GDP. So there is a big impact industry, and there is a secular trend towards EVs. You know, in the short term, there is going to be turbulence up and down, but the longer term, it's very clear that we are going to go EV. And if you looked at everywhere, in India, there is a two-wheeler market that is the largest in the world, and that is rapidly electrifying. Everywhere we need to go get that going. So that market is going to be exploding. You are seeing battery factories being set up around the world specific to this industry. Defense industries across the world are gearing up on drones. Drones are very battery intensive for the long term. Right now, by the way, the old drones are run with a lawnmower engine. You know, that thing is not the long-term sustainable thing. It has to get into electric. So electric markets, battery needs are growing everywhere. AI-driven changes in data centers That is another big market that's just exploding. Today, you look at the AI. Earlier today, there was a panel where they were talking about the consumption of power. Yeah. You need to figure out the delivery of power. Then the taking it in and taking it out kind of. Everywhere there is growth around it, and we have to look at batteries. So every country is going to be establishing their sovereign data centers, sovereign data, sovereign AI models for their culture-specific data to come out. These are going to be happening everywhere. And these markets in particular, in these big emerging geographies, whether it is India, whether it is in ASEAN countries, we are going to see it. And all of these places, in my own parochial way of thinking for batteries, we need to be there to service our customers in every one of them. And they're all going to be with what we call the next generation of batteries, not the ones that are already there. It is a kind of solid-state batteries that companies like QuantumScape are developing and proliferating.
Mr. Nakajima, what are your thoughts on some of the insights that you've just heard from Siva and Audrey in terms of some of the challenges and the opportunities you see across Asia-Pacific, not just in Japan?
Right. I think high-growth technologies like AI, semiconductor present opportunities and risks for investors and also investees. Given the supply chain risk, companies want to make as many near-shore networks as possible. Relying on China or Taiwan alone is risky in Asia in terms of supply chain management of semiconductor industry. And currently, and I like to talk about Vietnam, where I worked until 5 months ago, has made great efforts to attract the semiconductor industry worldwide. However, it has yet to attract high-end semiconductor processors as hoped because it lacks technical personnel, engineers, electricity, water, and industry players. And when top government leaders from the US or Europe visit those developing countries like Vietnam or Philippines, they often announced large-scale investment plans, but sometimes they stall because the investors will find significant constraints and obstacles when making more comprehensive feasibility study. And in most semiconductor FDI cases in ASEAN, the technology is processing and assembling, and the technological gap between developed nations is still difficult to close. So I believe advanced countries and firms should also help developing nations, their business and the infrastructure and the environment. If you want to diversify risks and opportunity, making your investment more solid and robust.
That's a really interesting point, Ms. Nakajima. Audrey and Siva, have you noticed that on your travels and your experiences, or you have investments in a lot of these countries, that you do notice that in Asia-Pacific there is a big gap between countries such as Vietnam versus Japan, or even India versus Vietnam, and China and Taiwan, of course? I mean, can we just broaden it out and talk a little bit more about the other countries as well?
There is no question on the point that Nakajima-san is making. In my prior life, we were trying to locate a factory around the world. We looked at first world, second world, third world countries, government incentives, where we can do plenty of water availability. But in the end, talent and infrastructure make a difference. Talent and infrastructure, you end up drifting back to where you have been there. So that process is not going to be instantaneous. You can't just come and say, tomorrow, let me build a battery plant or let me build a semiconductor plant in a Vietnam or India overnight. It is going to be a gradual process. You are going to go start with the peripheral industries and start to work yourself up. And that process is happening. For example, as we were saying, Audrey was talking about, Lam Research has had a presence in India for over 25 years. But still, we don't have a large fab in India yet. Same goes for Vietnam. In Malaysia and in Thailand, we have had assembly and test facilities now for over 50 years.
Right.
But you don't put major fabs there. We go back to put the fab in Japan.
Right.
You go back to put the fab in Ireland, or you put the fab in the United States. And that is still very true. Talent and infrastructure, stability of the government make a big difference.
Audrey, I'd love to get your take, just kind of looking ahead and sort of forecasting as what you see are some of the most significant trends and opportunities that's going to shape the global landscape, moving forward.
Yeah. So definitely AI. I mean, there is no doubt, right, that it's already having a huge impact on society as a whole. And that is only, it's right, we're at the start of the AI era, the AI inflection, and that's going to continue. But also along kind of the same lines, which I think, and Siva has touched on a lot, is this kind of smart mobility, autonomy, digitalization, automation, right? And I think, again, to realize some of the benefits that we're talking about, we're going to need to lean in to those technologies as well. One of the roles I have, in addition to the strategy role, is I lead LAM Capital, which is our venture fund. And what we're doing there is really, again, kind of focusing on accelerating the semi-ecosystem by looking for technologies, disruptive approaches in startup companies. And you've heard here, right, like across the panel as well, how the startup ecosystem, the entrepreneurial ecosystem, is seen globally as really a way to kind of like jumpstart some of these learnings, right? Like have that kind of like disruptive, not iterative step forward. And I think, again, that's a trend that's really kind of coming to the fore. For example, a couple of years ago, we invested in a Singaporean company, Silicon Box, notably one of the first companies in the world to have a vision for panel-level chiplet packaging, which, again, could be very important in an AI kind of driven world. So I think it's really about how do we bring all these kind of things together, open up the innovation ecosystem, support, right, these kind of like emerging trends, these emerging technologies, and have that work together. And then maybe one step kind of like down the line from like the startup thing is circling back to automation. This is also really important back to how can we accelerate the vision? Because workforce is a challenge. Talent is a challenge. We've heard it. So automation is going to be a really important element there. And today, LAM just announced the first collaborative robot for maintenance in the semiconductor industry, Dextro, already deployed in a number of advanced fabs worldwide. And that's exactly kind of the vision there, is you can take these technologies, they can perform repetitive but complicated tasks, do it right, and then accelerate progress where basically you're kind of addressing cost issues, you're addressing workforce issues, and again, just kind of like driving towards making innovation easier, basically.
And congratulations on your announcement.
Yeah.
So we're running out of time. In 30 seconds, can you tell me what you see as future trends? Anything you agree or disagree with?
The AI gold rush is going to be serviced by a lot of people that supply the picks and the pans and the hardware. So the AI is going to be on the front end where it interacts with the humans is going to be hardware driven. So the infrastructural pieces, semiconductors, robotics, batteries, these kinds of industries are going to be the foundations on which the big, what you see outside the AI revolution happening, is going to be built on the back of these foundational industries. And countries like Japan still hold much of the infrastructure and knowledge that we need to then take it and proliferate.
Fantastic. And on that note, Ishiguro-san, what would be your closing remarks to the audience today?
Yeah. So I would like to thank Dr. Siva Ram of the Quantum Space and Miss Audrey Charles of the Ram Research for the insightful comments about the outlook for business. So Shiba-san talked about the importance of the cooperation between government and private sector, and also the Audrey talked about the importance of the technology. And so one of the background of them is many countries would like to make the supply chain resilient. And because due to factors such as geopolitical turmoil and escalating tension between superpowers and nationalism, global trade and investment have been fragmenting. So that's why we have to make a strong supply chain in among the likely minded country. And so that's why its attractive aspects of Japan, its stability, safety, and technological strengths have gained renewed appreciation. So inward foreign direct investment stock in Japan increased by 9.3% last year, as Nakajima-san mentioned. So one factor contributing to the growth of FDI is the semiconductor industry. Thanks to the strong support from the Japanese government, cutting-edge chip factories and R&D centers are being established throughout Japan, create new semiconductor ecosystems. So I would like to wrap up my message by saying, invest in Japan and talk to Jetro first.
It's a great way to wrap up. Thank you so much, Ishiguro-san, and of course all the rest of our panelists. Please put your hands together.
Thank you very much to Jetro and the panel. We have just a couple more sessions before we break for lunch. Shortly, our White House correspondent, Jeff Mason, who you heard from this morning, will be returning. But before then, we have another financial session. So I would like to welcome the Izumi Kobayashi, the director for Mizuho Financial, Omron, and ANA. And this interview is being hosted by my colleague, Reuters Financial Industry and Financial Markets editor, Paratosh Bansal.
Hi, everyone. Izumi-san's presence here today, I think, is a real treat. She flew in from Japan last night to be here with us because I think she felt it was really important for us to hear how corporate Japan's thinking about some of the recent events in the world, including the US elections and other sort of geopolitical issues. So let me dive straight into it. Welcome to New York and to Reuters events. Is a second Trump presidency good or bad for Japan?
From so far that the Japanese company, Japanese people, the base of our business to build a business strategy under the new Trump administration, the base is something unexpected. So we can't make any kind of story right now. So be ready for something. The unexpected things happens.
So take us inside the room a little bit. Like you're on 3 major boards of 3 major corporates in Japan. What's been the most memorable conversation in the last few days on those board meetings after the elections?
The financial institutions, they basically that's how the U.S. market will be, and also the tariff of the strategy which Trump may introduce that may affect to the China, and China's the economy reflects to the majority of the Japanese business. That is the one. And also the airlines business is not that much. We have a discussion about it. And also that the manufacturers, yes, that's something similar, that what the Trump administration will take action to China, and how that may affect to China.
So let's talk about tariffs then, because in my conversations with officials and executives abroad, that seems to be one of the key questions. Do you think when we hear 60% tariffs on China, is that an open negotiating position, or do you think that's where we'll actually end up?
I think that so far that the percentage of the increased percentage is focused. But think about that. If there is any particular industry which the U.S. company is not competitive and unable to manufacture in here, there is no necessity to increase the tariff. So we have to be careful that to identify which particular industry or the goods may affect the new, the tariff. So I think that it's not necessary to afraid too much, but clearly identify, and if that particular, if any particular that the goods are exported to U.S., we have to take early action, like a car, especially that some Japanese companies have the manufacturing in Mexico. So those companies started to take actions. But I think that we should not overreact, I believe.
So, but what's some of the scenario planning that you're doing? If you look at a company like Omron, for example, which is among the boards that you're on, is more manufacturer focused, has fairly big operations in China. How do they kind of plan for this? If it's 20%, 30% in the end on China, how do you change your supply chains? Well, what's some of the steps they're taking?
Yeah, I think that there are I believe three things need to be done. One is that to see the overall portfolio of the business and to make the good balance of the China, not to rely on too much China. And the second, that if the manufacturing site is too much in China, it may affect to the export to U.S. So I think that to split the manufacturing site, not only China main, but to other Southeast Asian countries.
So that movement is already happening.
Yeah.
Are you accelerating it? Is this?
I think that many of the Japanese companies has already started. Well, not this particular administration, but from the previous administration time.
And just sort of sticking to China for a second, like the other issue there is there has been tensions between U.S. and China. There's sort of worries about sanctions at some point if things were to get worse. How are Japanese companies trying to figure that out?
I think that the one thing that the Japanese company considering is that even though there could be the sanction coming up and its effect to the business in China, but Chinese market, considering the size of the Chinese market, it is difficult to give up the Chinese market, withdraw from Chinese market. And also, many of the company has already did a lot of investment to China. So we cannot throw away. So the one thing we can think about is how we can separate the Chinese business only inside in China. So manufacture in China and sell in China. And probably spec of those goods are more Chinese, based on Chinese demand.
I see. So is that something that Omron's doing as well as other sort of companies across corporate Japan?
We are not particularly take action at this time because Omron is so far not affected directly to the sanction things. But on the other hand, we are considering that if we have to take actions, we'll be ready to do so.
I see.
But the challenge is that once we separate or isolate Chinese business, how we can manage the Chinese business. So in terms of the culture or the business efficiency.
So how do you manage that?
That's we've been discussing right now. So how to train the people.
So there's more training happening in management?
Training and also the management mechanism that.
I see. Now, we had written a story about a year ago that the Japanese financial regulator had asked all the banks in Japan to prepare or do scenario planning for China-US tensions getting worse on some kind of sanctions. Has that planning happened?
I think that it depends on how much exposure that each bank has.
And so what, can you sort of speak a little bit more about like what sort of things you have to think about?
First of all, that the human resource, the risk, because it's not necessary for the financial industry, but some of the Japanese companies, the employee has been arrested. So that kind of security of the employee, especially the expat, and also that the financing in China, that is another thing. And also that the overall, how much is the portfolio, the size of the income from Chinese market.
And so these are like active conversations now, right? Do you sort of see them accelerating? Is there like is there a scenario where they start to being put into action at some point, or is it just right now scenario planning?
This kind of things we've been talking for years.
I see.
Yeah, because it's always that the sanctions, regardless the Trump administration or not, though it's always talking about sanctions.
Got it. All right, let me move to a different topic that's been kind of out there, which is sort of just the rising protectionism in the world. Earlier this month, Trump reiterated his opposition to Nippon Steel's acquisition of U.S. Steel. He said, and I quote, "I'm totally against the once great and powerful U.S. Steel being bought by a foreign company." How was that comment received by your peers in Japan?
I think that there are many kind of different the thought about it, but my personal opinion is there is two different things, angle we have to see. One is that the business strategy point of view, and the other one is the political strategy. And business strategy-wise, considering that the steel market, the Chinese companies has a majority shares, and I think that they have a lot of capacity, overcapacity. So they export to all over the world the steel, and the steel price dropped. And to compete with Chinese, the steel companies, steel industry, I think that the others need to be more cooperative. And regardless, this time that the Nippon Steel has the intention to purchase U.S. Steel, because the U.S. Steel, it could be vice versa, but U.S. Steel at this moment, financially, it's impossible, and they have to do more investment, new investment, but they can't do. So I think that Nippon Steel wants to expand their capacity. So they target U.S. Steel. So from the business point of view, probably this is efficient because the U.S. Steel point of view, they can have new investment and to improve the manufacturing capacity, especially that under the environmental issues, the steel industry needs to develop the new technologies. So I think that is efficient. But politically, yes, the steel industry is a key industry in each country. So political point of view, especially to general public, losing the ownership of the key company in own country is the serious issues. But if the politicians think about that, why the state or the country government did not support the steel industry earlier not to face current situation?
So, but like if you are like thinking and speaking as, Mizuho itself, like you're the chair of Mizuho bought Green Hill here, there's other deals that you're looking at. If you're sitting in corporate Japan and you see that kind of happen, what does that mean? Like, are there now sectors that you will not touch? Is there a blacklist and a whitelist almost being created? Like, how are you thinking, or how is corporate Japan more broadly thinking about acquisitions, especially as you search for growth in a market like the US?
Of course, I think that from the national point of view, for example, what happened in Toshiba, from a Japanese point of view, it is not the happy things, but think about from the business person, regardless that the Japanese or Americans or whatever, I think that there is some efficiency what happened. So it's difficult to switch the brain from which angle we see the matters.
Okay, so let me turn the lens around then. So we talk about 7&I, which is seeing a bid from Couche-Tard, and there's general resistance to it. Now, if you're looking at it from the outside, should the world see that as a sign of Japan being insular and sort of being suspicious of foreign companies buying a national treasure like 7-Eleven, which I know it plays a really important role in society there?
The 7-Eleven, I'm a frequent user of the 7-Eleven because it's 3 minutes walk from my house. So, but the 7-Eleven, first of all, I still do not understand which part of the 7-I the Krishna interested in. If it's a U.S. business, I understand. But in Japan, not only 7-Eleven, but many of the convenience stores, not only it is not only the grocery store. It's provide the banking services, the delivery counter for individual or the small businesses, and also they provide the government. They take some government services as well. So it's a private company, but it means it takes a part of the public service as well. So public service, if the private company purchases a public service, it's not easy to withdraw from the business. And I wonder that how they can keep making money constantly, especially it's a franchise. So I am not sure that how much Kristal examined that kind of detail of the business and how they can commit to keep providing those services for long term. In terms of the clients of 7-Eleven, I really worry about it because I love those menus they provide time to time. It's very attractive. So if the foreign company purchases 7-Eleven, they still keep the similar the dishes every day, every week they change, every month every change. So I wonder.
But I have to tell you the story. I was in Japan in the summer with my 9-year-old, and we were like jet lagged 3 a.m, and I had a hangry terrorist on my hands, and if it hadn't been a 7-Eleven, we would have been in trouble. Does that qualify it to become a national security issue, though? Because it has been put on the national security list.
Yeah, national security, yes. In case of the disaster, natural disaster, 7-Eleven probably takes the major action to support the community. So it's a national treasure. But even though the foreigner holds the company, if they keep the asset as it is or improve the services, that's fine. But I want to make sure that the owner of the 7-I, including the even family, founder's family, is also show the intention to purchase the company. As far as they keep the quality of services, I'm fine, whoever hold it.
Okay, one last question. I think we're just coming up to time. So I know you have a friend who's on the special committee of the 7-I board, which is evaluating the push-start deal. What's your advice to her?
I want to advise her that she's a committee, probably, I guess, she's a committee member to review this MBO or M&A. I think that to discuss about the value of the who should be the buyer, I think that not only shareholders benefit, but also she or the committee has the different standpoint, like a client's point of view, employee point of view, and also the franchise, the owner's point of view, and to make the decisions.
And to make sure that the menu is refreshed.
Yes, that's very important.
All right. I think we're out of time. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. There was significantly more discussion about 7-Eleven as a national treasure and hangry 9-year-olds than I was expecting from that conversation. For our last session before lunch, I would like to welcome back my colleague Jeff Mason our White House correspondent, and he will be doing a virtual interview with John Feiner, the US Principal Deputy National Security Advisor. Jeff, please come on up.
Hi, everyone. And John, thank you very much for joining us at Reuters Next, especially at there's no doubt an extremely busy time for you right now.
That's true, but it's always busy, so I'm glad to be here with you.
Appreciate it. Let's jump right into the foreign policy story of the moment, Syria. Lots of events over the last few days. How do you get to a place, how does the world, how does the country get to a place where Syria is being governed by a legitimate governing authority?
It's the right question, Jeff, but I'd like to take at least a half step back and talk about not just how we go where you just suggested, which is very much our goal, but how we got to the point where we are right now. Because I think it's worth dwelling for a minute on what a moment of opportunity this is, first and foremost, for the people of Syria, who have endured what is one of the planet's bloodiest conflicts for going on 13 years and several generations of tyrannical rule by one family, the Assad family, before that. They have thrown off that governance. They have ended that civil war with Assad, and they now have the opportunity for the first time in decades to determine their own future. That did not come about completely out of nowhere. In fact, I think one of the key factors that's probably gotten insufficient attention is the fact that the two countries that have been propping up Syria and the Assad regime for much of that period, Iran and Russia, have been put on the back foot by events of the last year. Russia, because of the grinding conflict in Ukraine, where Ukraine, backed by the United States and many of our allies, has made Russia pay a very heavy price for the war of aggression that they launched. And Iran, which made a historic mistake in the aftermath of the October 7th attacks by Hamas on Israel and tried to launch a multi-front conflict with its proxies in the Middle East, only to see its two main proxies, Hamas and Hezbollah, badly damaged, and its own attempts to threaten and attack Israel thwarted again with the help of the United States. So those two key allies of Assad were unable to come to his aid in his time of greatest need, and that resulted in no small part by the work of the United States and our partners. So where do we go from here? Because that is the big question.
Yes.
In addition to this being a significant moment of opportunity, there's risk associated with it. Some of these groups that are now taking responsibility over the future of Syria have their own checkered history, as you well know, a history replete with ties to terrorism, with human rights abuses. And so we are paying very close attention, not just to the past and not just to what those groups are saying now, some of which we have seen reported, and it's quite constructive, but what they actually do going forward and whether they actually are committed to bringing about the sort of credible, inclusive governance for Syria that its people deserve.
And is the U.S. in direct talks right now with those groups, specifically HTS? Are you speaking to them, and if so, who's doing that, and what are you hearing?
So we've been clear about the fact that we are able to convey and receive messages to a broad range of groups that are operating as part of the Syrian opposition. If and when we have more to speak about direct conversations with particular groups, we will be sure and let you know. But for now, I'd like to leave it at that. This is still very early days, and we are still working through exactly how we will be engaging these groups that, again, have just recently started to take on responsibility to try to govern Syrian territory.
Let me follow up on that. At least one of those groups, the one that I just mentioned, is on the U.S. terrorist list. Is that something that the United States is open to changing?
I guess what I'd say about that is there has been no formal change in any policies related to any of these groups, including the one that you just referenced. And that's for the very simple reason that I mentioned earlier. Those designations are not made based on what groups say or what they say their intentions are or they intend to do. It's about actions. And so we will be watching very closely again to see how these groups actually try to go about the very difficult business of governing Syria in a better way fundamentally than it has been governed for quite some time. And so the decisions are better left until we have a bit more information about what exactly they're going to do.
But would it help U.S. leverage in the region if you said this is on the table, this is something we would consider lifting?
Look, I mean, I won't speculate about what does or doesn't give us more leverage. Frankly, these are decisions that have to be based on facts. And right now, we are only a couple days into this experience. As I said, these groups history that led to these designations that were very well and very much justified. And we will see how they operate going forward and make decisions accordingly for the rest of this administration.
The U.S. has a presence in Syria, roughly 900 troops, I believe. How committed is the U.S. government right now to keeping those troops there? And is that also a piece of leverage that you may or may not offer to the incoming government?
So those troops are there for a very specific and important reason, not as some sort of bargaining chip. They're there, have been there now for the better part of a decade or more to fight ISIS, a terrorist group that threatened not just the United States, but many of our partners and allies all around the world, including in Europe and in the region. In fact, just a couple of days ago, to prevent ISIS from thinking it could seize any sort of advantage or opportunity based on some perceived vacuum after Assad fell, the United States took a set of strikes against ISIS that we announced to send the signal and to enforce the reality that ISIS is not going to be under less pressure because of the circumstances that have emerged in recent days. So we are still committed to that mission, which we think is fundamentally tied to our interests in keeping our people and our partners safe.
U.S. troops are staying.
Yes.
The Israeli government also has troops in Syria right now. Are you concerned about their incursion?
So the Israeli government has set up what they have described as a sort of temporary buffer along their border along the Golan Heights. I'll let you ask them if you get the opportunity to speak to what their goals and their intentions are. But what we've been told by them and what they've said publicly is that this is a temporary measure based on the perception of potential threats along their border. Look, countries that are on the border of Syria are understandably concerned and uncertain about where this is all headed. I think there is broad agreement that this is both a moment of opportunity and a moment fraught with significant risk. And so I think countries are going to take their own interests into hand accordingly and do what they believe is necessary to prevent threats to their own people. I think that's what Israel is doing. That's what other countries in the region will do. For us, the United States, we are focused first and foremost on the security of our partners, the threat posed by ISIS, and working with the Syrian people, both to meet their humanitarian needs, but even more consequentially over time, to try to help shape the governance that emerges in a better direction going forward.
The incoming Trump administration will obviously inherit this issue. Are you coordinating at all with his team right now about Syria?
I'm not sure coordinating is the right word, but we are definitely in contact and conversation with members of the incoming team and keeping them apprised of developments and explaining our approach. I guess I'd leave it at that.
Okay. Captive American journalist Austin Tice, who's been in captivity in Syria for years now, is alive, according to his mother. Can you give us a sense of what the U.S. government knows about where he is? Is he still in Syria? Has he been moved to another country? And how do you go about getting him out?
So I do want to say an enormous priority for the president, and he spoke to this the other day when he made remarks on Syria, and frankly for all of us on his team, and I'll say on a personal level, I've known Austin Tice's family for almost 12 years. He's been in captivity now for more than 12 years, and met with them repeatedly during that time. What they have gone through is horrific, and something that I wish no one would ever have to go through. Obviously, first and foremost, what Austin must be going through in Syria. We are very focused on trying to ascertain more information about his whereabouts. We have increased the reward associated with information that could lead to us ultimately finding him and reuniting him with his family, which is a critical top priority goal for the president and for our entire team.
Before we move on to the next topic, I just want to circle back to what you said at the very beginning. You said you have ways of conveying messages to these groups, to HTS and others. How are you doing that?
So for now, probably best not describe that in an open public forum. The important thing is that we are able to convey when we have concerns, when we have particular issues that we want to address, including, by the way, when we want to convey a priority issue like locating the whereabouts of Austin, or like our concern about the possibility of ISIS trying to seek advantage in the current moment. The United States has significant interests in Syria, and we are going to be quite clear about those interests, both publicly and, when necessary, directly and privately to the various actors involved.
All right, you know who to call when you want to share more on that. moving on to another topic, Ukraine. As we talked just a little bit about coordination or discussion anyway with the incoming Trump team, let me rephrase that. What concerns do you have about President-elect Trump's intention or desire to continue providing Ukraine with U.S. weapons?
So, look, I'm not going to play analyst of what the new administration is likely to do, or certainly not going to make predictions. I feel like that can be a fool's errand about issues like this. And so I'll leave it to that administration and the people who will serve in roles like mine to explain and articulate what they're ultimately going to do. Obviously, first and foremost, the incoming president. But what I will say is our goal, and we are acting on this every single day, is to leave Ukraine and therefore the incoming administration with the strongest possible hand to play in this conflict with Russia. We are surging military materiel to Ukraine every single day. There are significant deliveries that are arriving to enable them to strengthen their hand on the battlefield. We are announcing just today the transfer of $20 billion based on Russian assets that are in custody in places like the United States and the European Union that will be available via a World Bank mechanism to the Ukrainians to spend on their governing needs. All of this is intended to strengthen the Ukrainians' hand in as much, to the greatest extent we possibly can by the end of this administration. It will ultimately then be up to another administration and obviously the Ukrainians most of all to determine how they use that stronger hand, and I'll leave it to them to speak to their plans.
You mentioned that $20 billion. How much of that can or will go to weaponry?
So I'll leave it to the Ukrainians to speak to how they plan to use their funds, but it will be available to them as of today.
And as you're studying or passing on information to the incoming administration, what are you telling them about Vladimir Putin? Is he weakened, or is his grip on power as firm as it's always been?
So, I mean, again, I'm not going to sit here in my role and speculate about things like how firm a grip a foreign leader has on power. We are quite clear-eyed about the nefarious role that President Putin has played in any number of parts of the world, but obviously Ukraine most of all. And I don't think that's lost on anybody. That's a major part of publicly available information that they don't need to hear directly from us. They will obviously form their own impressions, determine their own policy going forward. Many of them served not that long ago in the executive branch, including President Trump will be here for his second term. So they will have their own views of this. But we've been very clear-eyed in this administration, and I think very effective in pushing back on and foiling what was President Putin's intention, not just to gobble up square kilometers of Ukraine in the eastern part of the country, but to try to swallow all of Ukraine, including the capital of Kyiv. And the Ukrainians, with their bravery and with our help, have thwarted that plan. And so it'll be up to a new administration to decide where to take things going forward.
Do you see the possibility for peace in the next year?
I mean, I would never want to come out and say I see no possibility for peace.
Sure.
That said, right now, we are very much focused on a battlefield in which neither side is showing signs of relenting. This is a very difficult fight that is taking place. Certainly one of, if not the bloodiest conflicts on the planet. And we have a side in this. And the United States and the American people, I believe, should have a side in this, based on the sort of historic crime that Russia has perpetrated in trying to seize a sovereign country's territory. So we are very much focused on strengthening Ukraine's hand. If and when they seek peace, they will be advantaged by having a stronger hand on the battlefield. And so that'll ultimately be their decision, and we want to make sure they do that from a position of strength, not from any other position.
What impact has the 15,000 North Korean troops that is present on the battlefield had on the fight?
So I don't have an assessment for you of the impact, but what I will say, again, just taking a step back, is that this is a pretty brazen escalation on the part of Russia, bringing a foreign country's troops onto its own soil to fight against Ukraine in the war of aggression that Russia has perpetrated that we've been discussing during this conversation. That's the first point. The second point, and I think it's a good question to ask when you get to interview President Putin or other Russians in a conversation like this, is why do they need this? Why do the Russians need North Korean forces to be fighting to defend their own territory? They like to portray that they are achieving incredible success during the course of this conflict. Incredible success would suggest they'd be able to defend their own territory with their own forces, and the fact that they're bringing these troops in to fight on their territory suggests something else to us.
I want to close by going back to the Middle East and talking about Gaza. This has been something that you and President Biden's team have been working on, obviously, for more than a year. How likely is it to have a Gaza peace deal before Inauguration Day?
So, look, I'd say a few things about this. One, the attacks of October 7th were a horrific crime against the people of Israel. And the suffering on that day and since is something that should not be forgotten in discussing the conflict in Gaza. Second, I want to be quite clear that there has been enormous suffering among the people of Gaza since that time because of the war that erupted after Hamas attacked Israel unprovoked on October 7th. And we have worked day in, day out. And I can say, having been part of this and participated in it directly and witnessed it personally, very difficult conversations about the humanitarian challenge that the people of Gaza are facing, and very intensive efforts to try to improve the situation of those people on the ground, and mourning genuinely the loss of life among innocents that has taken place since then. We all want to end this war in a way that gets the hostages, including, by the way, a number of American citizens, home and reunited with their families. We believe that there is momentum in that process, that momentum increased when we and our partners achieved a ceasefire in the conflict between Israel and Hezbollah in Lebanon. There is new energy in this, and it is our goal. The Trump administration, by the way, has said it's their goal, and the Israelis have said the same, to try to get this deal in place before the end of this administration. That's very much our intention and what we're trying to do.
President Biden must desperately want to get it off his plate as one of his final acts.
What President Biden wants to do is end the war and bring the hostages home.
Yeah. Well, we're just at the final moments here. Can you give us, just as a final comment, can you tell us what's next in that process, and how do you close that? How do you close it up in this short few weeks left?
So the United States will be deploying senior officials to the Middle East, frankly, for a range of reasons over the course of this week and next week. Obviously, a lot of intensive conversations about the future of Syria and the need to coordinate with our partners and our allies to make sure that we're all rowing in the same direction on the big consequential conversation that we were having just earlier on about governance in Syria. Also, focused conversations about trying to get the hostage deal across the line for all of the reasons that I think are quite familiar to your audience and certainly to us. Ease the humanitarian suffering, reunite the hostages who have been captive now for more than a year with their families, and start to put that war onto a footing in which people's lives can get back to a degree of normalcy, or at least reduce the suffering. That's the goal for the weeks that we've got left in this administration.
All right, John, we could go on for another 20 minutes very easily, but we have to leave it there. Thank you again for spending time with us today.
Thank you, Jeff and John. That closes out our morning sessions here at Reuters Next. Please do join us for lunch in the foyer. Refuel, because we have a very busy afternoon session for those of you watching at home as well, or in the office. We are coming back at 2:30 with the Ferrari CEO Benedetto Vigna, and then we also have a jam-packed afternoon on AI, culminating in a double-header interview with OpenAI Chief Financial Officer Sarah Friar and Alphabet and Google President and CEO Ruth Porat. Thank you.
All right, welcome back, everybody. I hope that that sequence jolted you out of the post-lunch slump. We've got a very busy afternoon ahead, not least firesides a little bit later on, starting at about 4:45, I think, with OpenAI and with Alphabet. The AI stage is now the banking and finance stage that way. Not that we want you to leave this room. But lots to come in here before we get to OpenAI and Alphabet. And what better to get us fired up after lunch than a conversation with Ferrari CEO Benedetto Vigna. He will be interviewed by Reuters global industry editor Vanessa O'Connell. Come on up.
Benedetto, big news today.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Big news today.
What
I'm sure you know.
Which one?
The news that if the Cadillac team is added to Formula One in 2026, I believe,
yeah,
it's going to be using Ferrari.
We left this news for you.
Is that? Tell me about that. Why is
it's
that?
an important day. You got it. So this is the surprise. Yes, we will have 11 teams, and this team will use our engine. We are very proud of this because our company has a magic purpose. Our company purpose is very simple. We audaciously redefine the limit of possible. We are redefining also the limit of what is possible in F1. So we are very glad of this selection. And this makes us proud, and also we have a sense of responsibility because the success of these other teams, it also depends on our engine. So we'll not forget this day. December 2024 is a good one.
Where do you see Formula One heading, broadly speaking? We saw LVMH step in with a big sponsorship of Formula One earlier this year, for example, that will last many years. I think it was $100 million. Where do you see Formula One heading?
Look, the company I'm working for is a company that has been starting with competition. In our DNA, there is racing. We have been present in this sport that is becoming more and more entertainment now since the beginning. We have been always present over there since the beginning. We did not get in, get out. We have been always there. And this is very important for our company because it helps to push the limit of what we do always ahead. That's the spirit of Ferrari. When you think about Ferrari, clearly you may think about our sport car, about our racing. Well, think about a company that keeps constantly redefining the limit of possible. And that's what we are doing in F1 by offering a platform to many sponsors like HP, our title sponsor, that can make unique things together with us. So this is a demonstration that it was good for Ferrari to be always present in this competition because it's becoming more and more important. And if you want, for a company like ours, having a sport team embedded in the company, you may win one weekend, we may lose the following one. It always reminds that you have to do your best because the competition is there. And you have to always keep high the attention.
Ferrari was founded by Enzo Ferrari, very interesting, legendary figure. How involved is the Ferrari family currently in Ferrari?
Ferrari was involved, let's say, the family when you read things, but also you have a person that is telling you something. I remember the story of the spoiler, a technical detail that all the car have. And he told me this story. It's very, very interesting. So it's a unique opportunity to have people in the family that are supporting the management, telling you about the past, but also exchanging interesting views with the future. Since the beginning, I remember when I had my interview for the selection with different board members, among which there was the son of the founder, we were talking about the pedal shift on the steering wheel, but also what can we do in the future. So very interesting. It's a good learning occasion for me.
There are pros and cons to having family involvement if you're the CEO, of course. What do you think the drawbacks are?
They are always good. I mean, each moment in our life, each person of us is like a coin. No, there are good pros and cons. I think that it depends a lot on the people. If the people understand that the responsibility of the management is one and the responsibility of the shareholder is another one that is different, then everything flies well, and that's what is happening with the shareholder. The problem usually arises when the roles are confounded, but this is not the case of Ferrari. So I think it's I have the luck and the pleasure to work with people that respect their role and they respect the role of the management.
Ferrari has intentionally kept production low. Are you looking to continue to do that? And is there a magic number of Ferraris that are produced each year globally?
When you talk about Ferrari, you talk about the emotional side of the people. Usually numbers are not so emotional, okay?
Sorry.
No, I mean, I have a technical background, but I can tell you that numbers, they are not funny at all.
Well, there's a rumor that production is capped at 15,000 vehicles a year. Is that accurate?
What is funny about Ferrari? It's every day you have a list. When I get all the list of all the press releases about Ferrari, you have a page and page. You have to scroll down the iPhone many times. So there are many people. Each one is talking about, is making their own theory. Ferrari is a luxury company. It's a luxury player in the absolute space. It's an absolute luxury space. We are not an aspirational luxury company, number one. Number two is a company that has a lot of technology content, okay? We are doing cars that are beautiful, so the design plays an important role, but also there's a lot of technology. So when we do innovation, we have a lot of dimension we can leverage. And then we make sure that when the people get in the car, are having fun. Because when it's not a utility car. It's a very beautiful car that is, let's say, giving a lot of emotion. So this is very unique. And then another important point of Ferrari is that we are exclusive, because not all the clients, not all the people can afford a sport car of Ferrari, but we are also inclusive because of our racing DNA. So these are, if you want, the three things: absolute luxury player, technology, and luxury, okay? And this is important for innovation, creativity. And the other one is about inclusive and exclusive. And if you come to Maranello, where the headquarters is, you see people with a sense of belonging, a passion, an attachment to the brand that is really unique. Really unique. You should come.
So I sure will. So all of the cars are made in Maranello.
All the cars are making in Maranello.
And the U.S. accounts for a quarter of your sales, of your demand, correct? Yeah. Where are you seeing pockets of demand for Ferraris? Where are your big,
Look,
biggest demand?
It's easy to remember Ferrari share across the world. There are four numbers: 10, 20, 30, 40. 10% is what we deliver to Greater China. 20% is what we give to Asia, but Greater China. 30% is US, Canada, Mexico, Brazil. 40% is Europe. As you see, we are spread a little bit everywhere in the world. We are a global players. We see opportunity of growth in different places in the world. And that's US has been an important market for us since 1954. This is 70 years we are selling our career. And I believe it will continue to be an important market for us, like other markets we have in the world.
Do you anticipate any changes in demand with Trump coming into office soon?
We do not anticipate this change. We see the order book is pretty strong, is well into 2026. When I said that the racing spirit, the competition spirit is in our DNA, there is also another important event, another important fact. Our founder was very prolific in quote. There is one quote that he left to us that I'm very fan of it, that I have in my office. And he said, "To whom it comes after me, I leave a simple inheritance, to keep alive the will to progress pursued in the past." What does it mean? It means that the things change. when you are in a car, on a truck, you don't know what's behind the turn. So you have to be able to adapt. You need to be nimble. So we have been nimble in all past years. We are aware about our responsibility, and we will manage with the things will happen. Today, we are confident, but we are also ready in case something changes. That
respond to conditions. China has been a very challenging market for.
Happy to be here because I realized that there is still a lot of work to be done to let more people know what is Ferrari. Allora, when I started, I sit on as a CEO 3 years ago. I took a few decisions together with the management team. And one of these decisions that has been very good, very smart, I would say, is the fact that we said in Greater China, we don't want to be more than 10%. Why? It's not because we don't believe in China. It's because we know by experience that you can grow sales in different countries at the right pace. Which year did we start to sell our first Ferrari in the United States? 1954. Which year did we start to sell our first Ferrari in China? 40 years later. It means that you need more time for the people to get closer to the brand. Because it's when you want a Ferrari, you don't go in a dealership and you buy it, like you buy many things that you have in your hands now to take pictures, okay? You go there, you have to wait. The journey is part of the experience. So you need to grow in different markets at the right speed. We did it also with other countries like Japan. And we are doing it also with other countries in Europe, like Czech Republic and Poland. So we believe in we see the opportunity in different countries, but also we want to make sure that we grow at the right pace. So we are, after Formula One, we did the hybrid car, that was hybrid 2009. Then we had the supercar in 2013, the Ferrari. Then we had the 6 hybrid car in more volume, let's say 1,000. And then we have the latest one, F80, the one that we announced recently, also hybrid. So there is a journey that we started. And we believe the electric car is another important brick of our journey to the future. And we want to give the freedom to our client to select the car they want. We don't want to impose the selection, the powertrain to our client. We leave the freedom to our clients. So they can come to us and they choose the one they want. And we are on track. We are on track.
How much is it going to cost?
You should ask your friend in Italy. He claims that he knows the price. We never say the price. Look, the price, it's always defined the last moment. It depends the emotion that we are able to transmit with with the car. So I can tell you in this way, whatever you hear about the future of Ferrari in terms of car prices, car numbers, any number you hear about the future of Ferrari, 99.9999% is not said by us.
And is 2025 still, is next year still the timeline for the fully electric vehicle?
I think that is important for our company. It's important to do what we say. We did in the past, my predecessor did in the past. We have the responsibility to keep doing in the future. So we said Q4 25, we unveil electric Ferrari. It will be unique Ferrari, and we are fully on track.
Speaking of unique, can you tell us any details about it?
I can tell you that when we develop a car, there are 3 dimensions that are very important. 1 is the beauty of the design. 2 is the performance, the technology. 3, the driving thrills. These are 3 important blocks. And also electric Ferrari will, let's say, be coherent with what we have done always in our history. That's what I was telling you. It's about luxury, it's about technology, it's about experience, emotional experience when the people try it.
Components for that electric vehicle will be coming from where? Where in the world?
There are 2, it's an interesting question, thank you. I think there are 2 kinds of components. The strategic one, the one that helps you to make a difference. and allow me to say differently, something that is not making the difference, okay? But for which is important to have strategic partnership. So there are some components in electric car. You hear about the battery, you hear about the inverters, you hear about the engine. I like to call it electric engine, though I know that in English it's correct to say motor, but electric engine is nicer. So those things will be done in-house. Then we have strategic partners, technology partners in Europe, in Asia, with whom we will develop, because when you enter our manufacturing line, you see robot, but you see a lot of people. The people make a difference. And that's what the people make a difference when we design the car, when we engineer the car, when we produce the car, because at the end of the story, it's all about people. You know, the people buy our car, the client buy our car for the emotion they have.
Now, I saw some audience questions flash across the screen. They're not there currently, but one of them was, do you drive anything other than a Ferrari?
A bike. No, really. When you get in a Ferrari, and then it's tough. First of all, you start to forget how to... the brake make a difference, believe me.
What's your view of autonomous vehicles, autonomous driving in Ferrari cars?
Look, I'm coming from a different world. In my previous business life, I was conceiving and selling chips, semiconductor chips. And one of the big markets for this is autonomous drive. So there was a guy, a friend of mine, that has a startup here on the other side, Silicon Valley. He came to me, he said, Benedetto, I want to talk about autonomous drive. I said, you know what, before we talk about autonomous drive, let's go on the track. We have a lap, and then we have a presentation. Okay, so we get in the car, we had 3 laps, then he get out a little bit shaken, and he said, I understand. Better we go for a dinner. It does not make sense to waste time for the presentation. So autonomous drive in Ferrari does not make sense. Clearly, there are some regulation, L2, L2+, ACC, automatic cruise control. Okay, these things are simple things that our car have, and if there is an update on those regulations, we will cope with that. But we care about the software for vehicle dynamics. Autonomous drive is something that is not good, is not required for our car. Speculate on the price of the share price. It's a way to make seamless, more and more seamless, the experience of the client.
What is a typical person who buys a Ferrari with cryptocurrency? What's their profile?
There is not, but look, when we started to do this, we thought that maybe younger client would have been preferring this to other. Instead, there is no pattern. There is no pattern. There is no geographical pattern, no age pattern. There are people that are using crypto to pay car. There are people that are using crypto to attend event. That are, there is not a pattern.
And how much demand has there been to buy Ferraris with cryptocurrency? How many have you sold in cryptocurrency?
I don't like to disclose the number of the different dealership because, let's say, we prefer to keep this confidential. But there are cars in different dealership, either West Coast, Midwest, or East Coast, where the client go there and they use crypto. So there is different pattern. Depends a little bit on the dealership. We started also in Europe after this experiment, positive experiment, I would say, in US. We start also in Europe.
When?
We started a few months ago.
And how is that going?
where the early debate came between closed source versus open source models. And what we have now seen, probably over the last 12 months, I would say, as the debate has evolved, is that there's a whole spectrum of approaches that are happening about the way in which many of the large, what we would call at PAI, the developers, deployers, those companies that are developing the very large models, think about ChatGPT or Claude or Gemini, and the way in which they're releasing them and driving them into enterprise solutions as well. A lot of the work that both IBM and GE Healthcare are doing. And they could be releasing the model weights, which would allow then for some access to then fine-tune and develop the model in different applications. But they could be fine-tuning those model weights before they release them. They might be releasing them with a license, which is intended to ensure some responsibility. They may be putting some monitoring mechanisms into place. So there's a whole way in which these models are being released, all the way from very closed API approaches all the way through to much more open approaches that allow all sorts of different forms of innovation and rigor.
Do you want to add to that, Sriram?
Yeah, certainly. I think I agree with Rebecca about the spectrum. But I think one of the elements of that is often it's not just about the model. If you sort of think about a release, there's obviously the weights of the model itself that let you then work with the model. But that associated with that, you need evaluation, you release benchmarks, you have the code that you use to train the model, to test the model, etc. So I think part of the reason for the spectrum, and I sort of like how there's a proposal from the Linux Foundation for Data and AI, not a proposal, a suggestion around a model openness framework that recognizes this gradation to say, look, there are open models that are primarily releasing the weights and what you need to work with the models, fine-tune them, adapt them. The next level could be release the code that you use to benchmark so that somebody else can replicate those numbers, maybe release the code that you use to do some of your fine-tuning, and then all the way to a complete open science model, which is soup to nuts, everything open. And I think that kind of gradation is helpful, because to Rebecca's point, we're still early in our
the healthcare?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, one thing I want to mention, in 20 years, we haven't seen really this type of technology that's truly transformational, like horizontal transformation across all industry, all use cases. But for it to be adopted, especially in a highly regulated environment like healthcare, it's one thing for a model to hallucinate on a poem, and another to hallucinate on getting you wrong answers about someone's, cancer journey. So we have to approach it differently. But I really believe, in the next 10 years, we're going to see more innovation in healthcare and transform than we saw in the last 100 because of the cloud and these types of models. Right? The example I provided you, with Sonosam track for the ultrasound, is one great example. Now you can have, in one scan, you can reach so much, and you can have so many capabilities, from tracking to measurement to segmentation to even search and retrieve the image, to transform that from an image to a text report, so that all these efficiency that you see, before you had to build thousands of these specific models just to achieve the same outcome, and then the validation beyond that, right? So this is open also the possibilities now when you go beyond solitary device, beyond just diagnostic, into other applications like screening, and monitoring and planning. Now I'm opening up a lot more use cases where these models can really help elevate the standard of care and the precision of the diagnostics, all the same answer. Now, having said that, it really is a marathon, and we're just the first few steps. Building a purpose-built large model, like the one I just mentioned, it's still very, very challenging. These models don't require a lot of data to fine-tune. They require very high specialized data. Like, for example, with Sonosam, we had to look at 200,000 ultrasound images to fine-tune that model. For our 3D MR model, that is greater than all the benchmark, and our internal benchmark, than the state of the art, whether that's in segmentation, image retrieval from search, whether that's measurement and tracking, or even generating a text report for a radiologist. For example, I can ask a question, well, what is the recommended treatment plan for this patient? And be able to have a conversation, not just an answer. Conversation where I'm solving a problem with many AI agents, each specialized in a particular area, like radiology and genomics and clinical trials and what have you, all working together to help me solve a problem for this particular patient. And now the cost of care, the access of care, the cost of care will go down, the access of care will go up, without jeopardizing the standard of care. So now we can elevate this and democratize truly access to this, where typically you need a tumor board of experts to kind of assemble for one patient, if they're lucky to have that. And you wait weeks, if not months, just kind of assemble that. So I really believe that the future is bright. And if I'm now to go back to medical school, if I had all these tools, from efficiency to productivity, just imagine how much more now we can truly enjoy delivering patient care. We're truly spending more time with the patient and personalizing to that patient. And this can fill a gap globally, where now 4.5 billion people around the earth don't have access to any care, not just quality care. So you can really think about these as transformative technologies.
That's pretty remarkable. It's very encouraging. I want to come back also to something that Dr. Taha said, and I would like for you to weigh in on this, Sriram, and you, Rebecca, as well. You talked about, when it comes to data, fairness matters.
Absolutely.
How well are we doing when it comes to that?
It's an interesting question, and I would distinguish there maybe between the base model and the fine tuning, because I think the abstract notions of things like fairness and other metrics that we normally use are much harder
nearly 10 times as much electricity as a Google search. So how do we meet this accelerating demand for energy while still cutting emissions?
We can talk about that. I will first cite that the amazing energy usage of AI is just another example of the strong growth in primary energy demand. By 2040, IEA says we're going to have 15% more primary energy demand than we do today, and that was probably before AI came about because that stat's a year or two old. And so as we go forward, we're really going to have to think about the 10 billion people in 2050. How is that going to drive primary energy demand? So this is all just an example of what's coming. Chevron aims to be a leader in the energy space in AI. We're doing things across the company. There's many, many applications, and looking forward to continued success with developing and commercializing them. We have 5 primary areas we're focused on. I won't cover them all, but you can think about some of them. One of them is exploration. There's a lot of data sets, structured and unstructured, that language models can learn from to help us predict where the next well should be drilled. Well operations, what pressure, how's your perfs, frac, depth, those types of databases we also have can be crawled. And then finally, an area I care about because the process technology and the Catalyst group reports to me, and that is around molecular discovery. So how can AI help us think of new molecular interactions that are possible and that are also feasible? We've been working with high-performance computing for decades in Chevron to try and develop those types of predictions. And lots of times you create predictions that might be feasible, but they're costly to get there. And once again, going back to, we've got to find ways to be affordable, reliable, and ever cleaner. At the end of the day, molecules are going to be here for a long time, and natural gas is going to be here for a long time. So I think in the short term, you can see the data centers that have large demand powered by natural gas, potentially with sequestration. In the longer term, there might be behind-the-meter generation technologies, whether that's fusion or fission. We just invested in a small modular reactor company ourselves. So that's more long-term. In the short term, I think it's going to be satisfied like we do today with molecules.
Jim, let's squeeze in one last question.
How are we doing on time?
We're doing very well on time, I believe.
I heard the clock broke, so I was worried.
There it is. So what do you think will be the biggest energy opportunity of the next decade?
I'll go twofold, because I really want to hit home the affordable, reliable piece of all this, as well as the ever cleaner. So back to natural gas. Back to the fact that, since 2005, the U.S. has reduced its emissions by 17%. And that's come from displacing coal-fired generation with natural gas. And that alone has reduced coal-fired as a percent of the power grid to 17%, coincidentally the same number, in the U.S. And that's had a strong effect on emissions. So how can we take cleaner molecules, and how can we help satisfy the amazing energy demands that continue to grow, like we talked about, in an ever cleaner fashion? That's what I think over that time frame, the decade time frame you mentioned, Sachs, is going to be really important. On top of that, and maybe where you'd like to touch base on, is in the lower carbon space. I think we have to identify technologies that don't need to rebuild the supply and distribution system. So I gave that renewable diesel example. It's a great example of a drop-in fuel. If I think of some of the ideas out there, they require full formation of multi-billion-dollar value chains just to get off the ground and get started. And if there's any technology risk, no one's going to fund that. Risk is the problem, not money. The world is awash in money. Risk is the problem.
And on that note,
that's 20 minutes. All right, that was quick.
We have to leave it there. There's so much more to talk about. Jim, thank you so very much for shedding light for us today on climate tech and the energy industry. Jim Gable of Chevron, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Jim. Thank you, Sachs. Okay. 2 final sessions before we close for the day. Both will be helmed by our editor-in-chief, Alessandra Galloni. In 20 minutes... Okay, I'm just being told to extend this a little bit because we're waiting on our guests. So come on in, find a seat. I think this room is going to fill up a little bit in the next few minutes. So I'll let you trickle in before I give you all the details, before I get the nod to continue. All right, so in 20 minutes, we're going to welcome Alphabet and Google President and Chief Investment Officer Ruth Porat. Before that, please welcome OpenAI Chief Financial Officer Sarah Friar to our stage. As I said, Alessandra will host both of these conversations. Come on up.
Hello again, everybody. So for the next 50 minutes, we are going to have the leading ladies of the AI revolution. So I hope you'll have lots of questions. I hope we have time for questions. I certainly have some. And so, Sarah, thank you for joining us today. I think Axel mentioned, but Sarah is the CFO of OpenAI, just recently, actually. In June, I believe you started. She has a long career on Wall Street as a tech banker at Goldman Sachs, and then a CEO for the Jack Dorsey at Square. So a lot of experience. Let's jump in. I'm going to ask a couple product questions first, because of course everybody is obsessed with the AI products.
Lots of products.
So ChatGPT, 2 years old now. It seems like it's been around for ages, but fastest growing app in history. 300 million weekly active users, contributed 75%, if I'm not mistaken, of OpenAI's revenue, and you expect revenue to be more than 11 billion next year. Correct me on these numbers if I've gotten them wrong. Tell us where the future revenue growth is going to come from, and more importantly, since you're the CFO, where is the profit going to come from?
Yes, so you're correct that ChatGPT is the fastest consumer app that we've ever seen launched in human history. And it doesn't surprise me, because we're doing something with this platform shift to AI that is unlike anything that we have all lived through in our lives, bigger than the internet revolution. ChatGPT today is 300 million users, but it's growing so fast. If I were here in October, I would have said 250 million. If I were here in August, I would have said 200 million. And we absolutely saw a re-acceleration again in that kind of fall timeframe, because we launched our reasoning models. So you just talked about product. Remember, we've lived through an era of chatbots, ChatGPT, and now we're lifting up again into the era of reasoning with O1, originally O1 Preview, and we just launched O1 formally last week as the first day of the 12 days of OpenAI. Today it is very much a consumer product, but you're right. We think we serve customers across the spectrum. Consumers, large businesses, large enterprise, all the way down to the smallest businesses through our Teams product, and then ultimately to developers, because we need to force multiply what is ultimately our mission of building AGI for the benefit of humanity.
We're going to get back to AGI, but another product question. So you launched Sora yesterday, video generator, but you had to suspend the account creations actually because there was too much demand, and I think Sam Altman said, we're working on it. So what's happening?
Yeah, so we have been so excited to bring Sora out to the world. We demoed it, I think, back in February, and then went back and retrained the model. But in that interim time, we also gave ourselves a moment to go start working with creators, because frankly, these are the real tip of the spear, the true tastemakers that are going to show us all a path of how to use this amazing text-to-video generating technology. We think that is an incredibly important technology, because this is how AI will interact with the world. It needs to understand video. It needs to understand, in some ways, how we as humans interact with one another. So don't think of it as just a product. Think of it as a core building block to ultimately what AI and then AGI becomes. And we are the only company with that, with all of this whole selection of models available today. We did launch Sora yesterday. I hope at least some of you in the room got the chance to play with it. It's super fun. I was building all sorts of interesting little video clips to send off to the family. And I say that actually a little tongue-in-cheek, because I do think it is aimed at this vast spectrum of everyone from a consumer. We have already folks who know the TikTok nation, the Instagram nation, and so on, how to use video in really creative ways. My teenagers are experts, it would appear, all the way up to the most sophisticated users in the entertainment space who are creating, the things that help us escape from our work lives and really kind of also enjoy that creative side.
I mean, there were some early reviews, and some people said it was so good that it was scary good. I mean, does it scare you at any level?
I think we have come to the market really safety first, and this is something that is deeply embedded within OpenAI. And you see in particular with Sora, the team really took the time to explain where we have gated ourselves. That's one of the reasons why the number of signups yesterday we were gating. Some of it is just we need capacity, but a lot of it is also we want to be measured. When you go all the way to things like likeness, that is only available to a very small selection of people today because we want to listen and learn. What we've realized with ChatGPT is it behooves us often to get tech out there and see what you all do with it. Frankly, that's where the innovation comes from. But that there are places where we will go a little slower to make sure that we are constantly moving safety first as well.
And obviously video generation in Hollywood, friend or foe?
Definitely friend here. Look, we view this as a technology that can augment what humans are already great at. And the greatest creators in the world are residing in places like Hollywood, for example. And so we want to work with them. In the same way that CGI brought us a whole new way of thinking about movie making, right? Remember that first time you saw Toy Story or you saw Monsters, Inc. or whatever? Now you start to have an augmentation to how creators can think about making a movie, for example. As I have talked to folks in the entertainment industry, I just met with a customer last week who does a lot in and around more TV, but live TV. So if you think about what live TV today is, it's sports and news. It's really the last two bastions of live TV. It's very expensive to produce, takes a lot of people, takes a lot of tech. And so he was kind of explaining what it was like to be managing, say, a live basketball game. So you have video feed coming in from all around the court. You have the commentators sitting on the edge of the court. You have the folks back in the box. Maybe you have the folks even back in a different location. And you have tons of metadata coming at you fast. And in real time, you have to almost decide what clip you're going to have. Now, I'm a Warriors fan. I'm sorry, different coast. And Kuminga was literally having the game of his life. I always thought these commentators were brilliant. I'm like, how do they know all these stats? Turns out it's in their ear, people. And he was explaining how they're using our technology to make that real-time TV edit and cut happen, and how it's improving the customer outcome. So to me, it's a great example of where it's not a replacement. It is a true augmentation for ultimately just a better entertainment outcome. And so we get pretty excited about how we can work with the best and the brightest at this, but also seed creativity in places that maybe haven't had the chance to have that sort of creativity before because these tools have not been available to you unless you could really own kind of enterprise class software.
You said news is expensive to produce, and I'm going to come back to that in a little bit. But look, you're also, I mean, you're at a transformative moment in the company because you're at the first stages of a restructuring, right, to make OpenAI into a for-profit company. What are the biggest hurdles on this journey?
Well, maybe I'll start with the opportunity, which is around the nonprofit. The reason OpenAI got created is you had researchers who came with this mission to build AGI for the benefit of humanity. And we cannot lose sight of our nonprofit. So that is really front of mind for the board, who are the board of the nonprofit, and also for those of us who are involved right now in thinking through this restructure. But we also recognize that to take OpenAI forward, because this is a sector where you're going to have compute, data, and algorithms, so the models, and that costs money. And in order to be able to do the fundraising and so on that we want to be able to do at the scale of our ambition, that having a more traditional corporate structure is likely the right answer for us. So we're on the journey. I have nothing, unfortunately. We have a lot of things coming out in the 12 days of OpenAI, but I have nothing to tell you about today. But we are on that journey, but we are being really thoughtful about both our nonprofit plus then how we can build this company forward and be all that we can be.
So on this path, I mean, both Elon Musk, yes, the Elon question, and the AI czar, David Sachs, have been critical of this, of OpenAI, and in particular, sort of this morphing eventually from non-profit to for-profit. I believe David Sachs almost said it's like you will become a profit piranha. Musk has even launched a lawsuit. I mean, how worried are you about these two individuals who are now obviously very close to this current to the new administration?
So broadly speaking, we view infrastructure as destiny. And why is it destiny right now? It's really important from a United States perspective, whether it's national security or just even how we invest in our country today for productivity reasons, to make sure that we stay at the frontier, that in some ways we're all on the same team. So that, to me, should transcend everything we talk about underneath in terms of competitiveness. Let's make sure, first of all, at a country level, we stay out in front. And then, of course, there's a coalition of whatever we want to call it, Western Alliance, our allies, broadly speaking, that we also want to bring along with us on this journey, because it is vital that we stay out in front. Under Infrastructure as Destiny, we put out a blueprint that actually uses that phrase. We talk about, number one, how do we create economic zones throughout the United States where there is real investment in things like data center builds and so on, real investment in reskilling, making sure people have the right tools to help us build this. Second, how do we think about things like a Transmission Act or a Highways Act where the public and private sector come together? Because at the scale with which we think we will have to build to bring literally human intelligence right by your side every single day, right? PhD level answers to whatever problem you are working on. And believe me, my Christmas list deserves a PhD level person right alongside. That we are reskilling people, we're thinking about education. I think the third thing for us is how do we also think about things like access to power? Our nuclear industry today, China has created in the last 10 years the same scale of nuclear outcome as we have created in the last 40 years, for example. So there's lots of ways that we think we lift the country, and ultimately at a productivity level, you all know sitting in this room, right? If GDP grows not just by basis points, but by points, because of an injection of a technology like AI, that compounding effect in terms of outcomes for everyone is really incredible.
I mean, you've described a very sort of illuminated, almost platonic ideal of collaboration for everybody working for the good of the country. But if I could press you a little bit, I mean, how do you expect the new administration to balance the corporate interests of its advisors, so Sachs or Musk and others, with those of sort of the technology drive, the technology needs?
I mean, I trust, first of all, that our new president coming in, our president-elect, will actually be the president of this AI generation. He's going to be right there at the beginning of it, maybe even as things like AGI, we get there. So I believe, first and foremost, everything I just said will be the real driving force. Underneath it, we're competitors. There's a private sector in here, too, and of course, we are worthy competitors. There's a reason why I love the Warriors, right? They don't go out in the field to, shake hands with the other side. They're there to win. And I think each of us who are in the space as competitors are also there to win.
So what's the worst thing Elon Musk could do to OpenAI?
I trust just in the end. I think Sam said it really well. Good grief, I'm tired.
It's only 6 months. It's only 6 months.
Sam said it really well last week that, given, and he knows Elon in a way that I do not know Elon today, but that he trusts that as a competitor, he'll put first the national interest and compete appropriately.
You said something interesting, which I think is true, is that that this president, that the president-elect, could be the president of AGI, right? That at a time you could reach this sort of superhuman intelligence, but with a president who many are worried actually could reign over sort of political upheaval and disturbance. How do you push a technological revolution amid possible political upheaval?
So first of all, AGI remembers artificial general intelligence, not superintelligence, general intelligence. So as I think about the kind of staircase in a way in my brain, I kind of can almost see a slide on it. But starting with chatbots, right, the world we've lived in for just 2 years. And you kind of said, gosh, it feels like it's been around forever. Or we really already started to take a lot of kind of the drudgery out of our day-to-day work. I don't know about all of you, but there's a lot of stuff that I used to have to do that I'd spend hours summarizing documents for my board or summarizing things for my senior executive level. It's just gone. I see my finance team. Today, my finance team is about 18%, the scale of what a benchmarked finance team should be at, because so much of our rote task is gone. Go up a level, now you have reasoning. And reasoning models are really important to this next phase of agentic, because reasoning allows a model to go down a track to try to get to an answer. If it hits a cul-de-sac, it almost backtracks, and it tries a different route to an answer. And that's important because historically, when as software engineers, we've tried to develop agent-like, they always get stuck. And they get stuck on really kind of things that for humans seem so easy and obvious. But for them, because it's not the engineer coding it, didn't think of every single permutation, they're kind of stuck. So now you have a model that can reason to get to agents. And we think that's just the beginning of what 2025 will be about. Agents who are really there to help you day-to-day tasks. But then agents for innovation, we're already starting to see some of that push through. We are building an agent that will solve theorems that scientists have never solved before, help with drug discovery and new molecular creations that humans have never gotten to alone. And then finally, we talk about agentic enterprises. And so it's a much broader definition of what AGI is. So back to your question about living in a world where this could be in the foreseeable future, I think we are going to see a lot of motion next year around agents. And I think people are going to be surprised at how fast this technology comes at us.
But how will we know when we've reached AGI? How do you define it?
Yeah, we have actually tried to not overly define, but instead give this ladder of what we expect to see. There's a lot of benchmarks out there that others have put forth. And what I see with O1, frankly, is it's already hitting a lot of the benchmarks. Like originally, if you think about the Turing test, it was a very basic point of view of like, could a model do this? Check, done. Then it became, could it be this level in math, in biology, in physics, in coding, and so on? Check. I mean, O1 is a reasoning model. It's already there. It's PhD level in all of these things.
But so is it 2 years? So, I mean, give us a timeline then. Is it 2 years away? Is it 10 years away?
We think it's more likely to be kind of in the shorter term. I don't believe it's a decade, actually.
Okay, so closer to the 2 years. Just back to sort of financial questions, some of your investors, if we think then about the future of the company, not of AGI, that some of your investors have publicly said that the next step for OpenAI should be to go public. And do you agree? And what factors would you consider in that? That's a CFO question. Come on.
That is a good CFO question. So I will reply with my good CFO answer for my team, which is always, first of all, an IPO is not a destination. An IPO is a milestone on the journey because, believe me, having lived on the other side twice now in an executive seat and multiple times as a board member, man, oh man, it is quite the journey that you're on as well. How I think about it, like the why, is always the starting point. So I think it's a very good credentializing moment for companies. Kind of says, okay, you can kind of pull on your big girl pants and get out there and be a public company. Secondly, it is a good hygiene moment. Sunlight is the best disinfectant, and having to show to the world every 90 days your financials, I actually think is a very good hygiene moment for not just the finance organization, but broadly the company. I think third, clearly, the door opens to many, many ways to think about financing a company beyond just pure equity, because it's a faster way to move through the stack of convertible, mezz debt, straight debt, and so on. Doesn't mean you can't do that as a private company. I think we're going to have to be very innovative in how we think about financing because the needs are big. But it is kind of the next door open moment. You can be ready. The market might not be ready for you. So you have to take that into account as well. And then finally, there is also, with the eyes of the world on us, I think that we have to be conscious of, is this the right next move? I think companies like Palantir have shown you can do very sensitive things and still be very successful public companies. There's others like SpaceX is a good example where you're doing very innovative things and have remained private for a long period of time.
One of the reasons I asked you about this and also about sort of when you think we reach AGI is the relationship, it has relevance for your relationship with Microsoft. And because, of course, you've said that when the board declares that OpenAI has achieved AGI, alphabet soup, the exclusive license of your technology to Microsoft then ends. And so I guess when do you predict that the Microsoft will end being your primary partner?
So I would start by saying our relationship with Microsoft is good and has been a very important relationship. It's almost age-defining of the AI age. I think we look back in the history books and say, wow, when those two came together, when Sam and Satya sat down and said, we're going to do this, it was an incredible moment because we were able to leverage Microsoft's scale as a hyperscaler, their data centers, their compute, alongside their balance sheet to go build it. And they were able to leverage just the sheer smarts of our researchers, the algorithms that we built to create the AI that we know of today. Both our own products, but even Microsoft's APIs and so on are built atop of those algorithms, those models. That said, we have a big appetite for compute, which is already starting us down a path. We announced our deal with Oracle earlier this year as a good example of diversification. And so I think about it less as like this moment of declaring AGI and more about how do we as partners continue to both maintain what's very good in our relationship in terms of helping each other grow, but also recognizing that diversification is a good thing as well in terms of growing the whole industry pie.
Today from the President-elect about the imperative to increase U.S. investment in the grid, which I think is not only about AI and data centers, but what's really important is we're seeing more onshoring of manufacturing, electrification across industries. When you take those three factors, AI, onshoring, and electrification, it's an exciting upside opportunity for the country. You need energy to power it. And so you can have the upside only if you do the investments. If you don't want the upside, you don't need to do the investments. And so there's an all-in approach there. So I think given, again, this is a profound opportunity as a catalyst for the U.S., we look forward to working with the administration.
You know, it's interesting, and we talked about it a little bit with Sarah, you know, that Donald Trump could be the president of AGI, right? The president under which, especially, it's likely that AGI is reached under this presidency. And so it's kind of remarkable that machines are sort of reaching, you know, human or superhuman level during what could be, what some are saying, you know, could be a very chaotic political backdrop, you know, and I think so there is a question that says, well, how do you push technological advancement and this sort of technological revolution that you're talking about in a potentially a political and judicial situation that could be fraught?
You know, there's a lot in your question. I would say first, I'll quote Demis Hassabis, founder of Google DeepMind, who actually
just last night,
just today, was in Stockholm receiving the Nobel Prize for his work and the work of his team. John Jumper as well received the Nobel today, really creating something AlphaFold, which was open source to the world, which has been credited as being the single greatest contribution to drug discovery in our lifetime. It's about predicting protein structure, absolutely astronomical. We're so proud of him. But what I'm deferring to him, because he is obviously the expert on this, his view is, look, there are stepping stones to get to what is AGI, and there are many definitions of AGI, and recently he said he thinks it's farther out than that. But I don't think that's actually the most important point. I think the most important point is the extraordinary upside from AI that is here actually today. So we've been infusing our products with AI for many years now. We have billions of users around the globe who are benefiting from it. We have seven products that have more than 2 billion users, another 8 that have 500 million. And this is an opportunity to improve each one of the products and experiences for users with AI. My comment that with the economic upside, that occurs if and only if there's adoption across industries and truly a radical rethink of how we can use it. And I want to quote Demis one more time, because when he embarked on this journey for AlphaFold to predict the protein structure of all proteins because of the importance for drug discovery, there were people who said it's just not possible. And his answer was, why not? And the reason I say that is I keep saying to everyone when we're looking at what are the applications of AI, why not? We need to do a radical rethink of every element of our business, each one of us, if we're going to capture the upside. And I'm going to give one more stat, which is when we look at what we did in translation, Google Translate, hopefully everyone's used it somewhere.
How many of you, we're doing show of hands here, how many of you use Google Translate?
Thank you.
Okay, that was better, by the way. That has to be said. That was better than those who use ChatGPT.
Well, we're super proud that we've been on this journey for 20 years. We now offer Google Translate 260 languages. You can access information in your own language. In the last 6 months alone, we added 110 languages, added 500 million people who can access information in their own language. And the reason I think that stat is so important is it basically says AI reaches this point and it's a vertical lift. So marry those two comments. It's really important that we each radically rethink what we're doing, and we do it now, because it's really hard when things actually hit that trajectory to catch up. So I think we're living, all your points are right that this is an extraordinary time, but I think the tools, the need to act, the benefit of AI applied to business, applied to all that we're doing is actually here right now.
You know, I hear you speak about the possibilities in healthcare and other industries. I also, you talk about this has become a very capital-intensive business. Is Alphabet still a software company?
So we are. We are, of course, investing meaningfully in our technical infrastructure. I think our view when it comes to AI is the way we look at it is not your software, your hardware, but what we offer that's truly distinct is the full stack. And it starts with this extraordinary research at the front end. It's not only the work that Google DeepMind, Demis, John, others, Jeff Dean have been leading for so long, but this week, this was a good week. This week we also announced the breakthrough in quantum computing with the quantum computing chip Willow.
Your shares today, that was my next question, jumped today over this.
Well, we're really proud of the team. They've been on a journey for quite some time on AI quantum computing. They have a lab down in Southern California. And what's extraordinary for those of you who haven't seen it is what they were able to do is to accomplish calculations in less than 5 minutes that on the best supercomputers today would take 10 septillion years. I can't even get the number out because I had to Google what it is. 24 zeros. To put that in context, longer than anyone believes the universe has been around. So what this could unlock is profound. In any event, it starts with the research. That goes to the models, the Gemini model. Then you go to your question about technical infrastructure, and it's our proprietary chips and the way we're building data centers. And then it's the ability to actually deliver these experiences across all of these platforms, the billions of users around the globe. That's the way we look at it, as distinct from this binary hardware software.
So let's bring it to the little people, the billions of users. When, for this particular quantum, when is sort of the quantum iPhone or Google search moment?
It's a journey. So they're still doing work on it. As you may expect, I do ask that question quite frequently. I think what's extraordinary is they continue to have breakthroughs that go to this Demis question, why not? What's the art of the possible? And it underscores the efficiency that can come over time as we continue to innovate.
So you're going to continue to invest in this particular technology, in quantum.
To invest in quantum.
But again, I guess sense of how long before before consumers see the upshot.
It's an interesting question, and
because you must ask it, right? I mean, like
I do, but I don't mean to. Look, the reality is we're talking about AI here today, and we've been infusing our products, as I said, for more than a decade with AI. Many things that people take for granted. When you take a photo and you want to do photo search, that's AI. All the language translation that I've been talking about, AI. There's so many elements, autocomplete, AI. There are elements today that we all take for granted. These are journeys, and then all of a sudden, of course, this is a profound moment. So we're continuing to innovate in the quantum lab as well.
I want to just go back to the new administration, because you sound very upbeat about it. But there have been some utterances by some of the we talked before about Elon Musk, David Sachs, that could go counter to sort of personal interest that could go counter to everything you're talking about, to sort of technological revolution. Does this administration worry you at all? And some of the utterances that have been made by some of the people close to the president-elect?
I think in every administration, it's our obligation to deeply engage. So probably the most profound, you know this, but for me, the most meaningful part of my career was when I was at Morgan Stanley, and the world was going into the financial crisis, and I had the incredible privilege to work with Secretary Hank Paulson in the Bush administration, working through what was going on with the housing crisis. It was Fannie Mae, then Freddie Mac, then AIG. And the value is you bring deep technical expertise that comes from actually being in the trenches in a particular area. In that case, it was financial services. Now it's technology that helps address issues for the country. So we're going to get deeply engaged, and we think the devil is in the details. And there's so much upside in this moment of innovation, and the U.S. is in a prime position to take advantage of it.
And you've already had initial sort of positive conversations, presumably.
It's very early.
Oh, he's done a lot already. So look, again, I have to ask this because obviously I'm an editor, and Google has gotten a lot of credit over the years for putting money in particular to shore up local news. This is something I know a lot of you are very passionate about. But, at the same time, there's AI tools that have been basically built up by scraping up our content for free. What is the value of trusted news for you?
I think the value of trusted news is profound. Quality news is profound. And I thank you for your comment. This has been core. Sundar talks a lot about the joy as a child being the third in line to get to read that newspaper that was passed down from grandfather to father to him. And so we have had a real focus on ensuring we're driving traffic to news through search, through YouTube. And when you look at a lot of the, really over this last cycle, how much came to news through what we're doing, I think that remains very important. And I also think there are kind of two parts to your question. Each one of us, whatever we're doing, is going to need to be able to leverage AI and technology to make us as productive as possible, as one has always done throughout history. And so we're very focused on both parts of that.
I mean, with your financial cap on, how much should the AI companies pay the media companies? How would you make that calculation?
So we have our partnerships team, as you know well, works very closely with the media. Because back to your main point, it's a very important ecosystem.
Let's talk a little bit about healthcare, because obviously that is very passionate. I mean, you have spoken passionately as a cancer survivor about the promise of AI to improve healthcare outcomes. And Alphabet has invested in this area for years. And obviously then, the Nobel Prize winning research. There have been some challenges, among hospital system customers, in the UK and the NHS. What is the biggest new bet on health that you're making that we don't know about?
I often get the question, the biggest new bet. And I'm going to answer your question because I feel like I keep coming at different angles. The biggest bet we continue to make is actually the application of AI to search and continuing to evolve that experience. And when you have something as beautiful as this, where we can, it's gone from 10 blue links to text search to video search to now we have AI overviews and other things, it keeps evolving. And we're meeting people where they want to be met. It's extraordinary. You can do search. You just take a photo through. How many of you? I'm almost afraid to ask this. How many of you have used Google Lens, where you take a photo and beautiful, walk down the streets, you find something you're interested in for the holiday, you take a photo, immediately you'll get information. Where can you access it? It's a fabulous way of searching. So that remains important. The cloud upside, given the economic implications for AI, super important. Those are big investment areas. Love health. So I definitely want to answer your question. And it's in a number of different areas. So we open sourced AlphaFold. We also built a company called Isomorphic that was really built off of that, and have partners that we brought in to further advance drug discovery. And it really is viewed as this catalyst for drug discovery, which is absolutely extraordinary and exciting. And then we're doing other work throughout research, which we're really proud of. So I'll give you two examples. There's something called diabetic retinopathy. You can lose your eyesight if you have diabetes. And with AI, it is very easy to do a test and intervene and actually change diet or other things such that you can save someone's eyesight. And in the global south, we're already working in communities to use this technology. And that's when I say it is here and now and making a difference. That's an example where hundreds of millions of people are subject to losing eyesight because of diabetes. An area I'm really excited about is all of the work on early diagnostics. We had a breakthrough years ago early detection of metastatic breast cancer. As a 2-time breast cancer survivor, that's extraordinary that anyone, anywhere around the globe, can have a radiologist with the assist of AI who can have the same amazing quality read I had up the street at Memorial Sloan Kettering. And my oncologist had said, when I asked him about it, the only way to democratize healthcare is with AI. So we're doing a whole host of different work. There's also work to actually help support nurses and take away some of the mundane they don't need to be doing so they can spend more time looking to the patient. Or again, my oncologist said his great hope with AI is it can restore humanity into the doctor-patient relationship. Because instead of looking at the screen, as many of us have experienced, when you're in the doctor's office, I can look at you and I can get support from generative AI and I can have a better experience as the patient, probably pick up better things as the doctor. So there's a whole host of work that's being done, and you're seeing some of it infused within search, so you get answers to queries. But I think it's a really exciting area because it's here, it's now, it democratizes the access to quality health care, and that's what gets us excited.
So tell me of a big investment idea that you said no to. You must have said no to something.
Oh my gosh. I think the biggest place of what you're saying is how do we do capital allocation? I think the most important thing is you have to invest for long-term growth. If you don't, you sow the seeds of your own destruction. And so it is very hard, and I saw this as a banker, too many companies waited sort of till there was no more kind of gas in the engine or whatever you call it these days, energy in the battery. And then there's like, hey, can you help me with this? It's like, it's too late. You need to start building for the future today because it'll be here faster than you know. We've been on this Waymo journey for a really long time. It is an extraordinary experience. Anyone who gets to San Francisco or LA, Austin, Phoenix, you got to try it. It's one of the top tourist attractions in San Francisco today. The number of rides continues to grow. We're really proud of what we've done. It has been a long investment, and our view was this plays right to our strengths around AI and the ability to actually develop the autonomous driver. We're positioned to do that, and so we will. And so that was a long-term bet. To answer your question, the critical issue, and Sergey said this years ago, scarcity breeds clarity. And what you don't want to do is investing too much is bad, investing too little is bad, and it's trying to calibrate what do you really need so that you're continuing to force everyone in capital allocation to tell you what's the absolute P-zeros I must do, where do I draw a line in the sand, and these are probably further down so I can take some of the resources from the bottom and put them to the top. And so you're actually squeezing from within to make sure that you're putting your resources where you need to. That was a way to get no to. So we say no to a lot of things along the way, and it's easier to try and say it earlier on. You've seen us deprecate a number of things along the way in some gaming and other areas, but a lot of it's just how do you get the portfolio balanced.
One of the themes of this conference is leadership and management, and you have championed AI upskilling programs so that everyone can gain dexterity with new tools, including Google's. And basically to ready themselves for changes in the workforce. We're all seeing it, right? What do you tell professionals about how to deal with job disruption, even when computer programmers themselves are seeing their jobs disrupted? What do you tell them within your own workforce, but also outside?
So first of all, 60% of jobs today didn't exist 80 years ago. And the fastest growing job category, according to the Bureau of Labor Statistics, is other. It's so new it has not yet been classified. And that's been true throughout history, that new jobs are created that we don't even see. Even if you go back to 2000 and kind of the birth of all these new startups, internet companies, there was so much that's evolved since then that we didn't see at that time. So each of us needs to be resilient and know that we need to focus on what are the skills we need to leverage the tools that are here today. What we're seeing, and we're in a wonderful position because there are so many growth upsides still. So what we're looking at is if you get operating leverage in certain areas, how can that unlock the ability to actually focus on the most important work that one needs to do? And so this is an operating leverage tool for each one of us, and you need to think about how do you actually then redeploy where you can. And that's what we're doing. I think of it when I said that this is an imperative for each one of us to figure out how to radically rethink our business so you do capture that upside, so you're part of that 17 to 25 trillion globally, because if you're not on the upside, somebody else will be, and you'll kind of have your clock clean. What's really important is it's not just technology. It's a process change and a people management change, which is why your question is so important. And figuring out how you can redirect where people are spending their time is a valuable part of this.
We talked about it before, but there is a gender gap in this transformation, and that just the uptake of AI tools in general, let alone what the job transformation will bring.
I'm really glad you brought that up, because before that data came out quite recently.
You'd seen it already. You'd seen it.
I just saw it like last week. And my view is when I think about my career and the breakaway moments I had in my career, it was during moments of transition. So it was, ran tech at Morgan Stanley in the late 90s, did all the internet IPOs. I ran the financial institutions group. I was a downside scenario during the financial crisis, but that was a breakaway moment. Times of change are breakaway moments. I think in particular, they can be great breakaway moments for women in fields like tech or finance that tend to be male-dominated. So I was making the point, this is a great breakaway moment. If you're young, learn it. There are probably many who are in more senior positions who aren't as tech fluent. You can have a breakaway moment, and if you're running a company, you've got to be at the front end of change. Then that data came out. And so I think very consistent with the type of work that we've done at Google, we have a program called Grow with Google. We offer 3 to 6 month training programs. You really don't need fluency in the subject before you embark on it. You can get a certificate at the back end of it. We do everything from an AI opportunity skilling program. We do cybersecurity, data analytics, project management. I would say anyone who's asking that question, which is a really important question, you need to be resilient, you need to keep learning, and there are on-ramps that are very manageable. And so I would encourage everybody to do it. In particular, I don't like to see that data and that gap that you described.
So last question to you, which is similar to the one I asked Sarah, but what is the difference between, you were a rare woman at the top of finance for many years, and also a rare woman now at the top of tech. What is the difference between being a rare woman at the time when you were in finance and a rare woman at the top now of tech?
Well, we've had the passage of time as well. And when I was growing up in finance, you didn't have sort of the aspirations to actually see more women rising up through the ranks. You didn't have men, in this term allies, of course never heard about. I had an amazing person who I now realize was a sponsor at one point when I took on tech. His comment was, I think you're going to soar, but if you stumble, I'm here. He ran institutional equities. He's like, I'm your senior air cover, and I've been using that term constantly. I think we all need to be senior air cover. We all need to have senior air cover. So certain things have evolved. I think, for me, the biggest difference is there's more impatience in tech. If you can have a self-driving car, why can't we fix some of the other things on the people side? And the reason is because we're people, but that's not a good answer. And so I think that there's a level of impatience, and I love impatience. Impatience really goes, frankly, back to Demis's question, why not? And so trying to harness that and understand, so what are the solutions that you can see from tech, because of that impatience is pushing change in a way that's, I think, highly constructive. And I think I heard Sarah saying this as I was waiting. Come on, it's a fun industry. So it's been a lot of fun. There's a lot of upside. There's a lot of upside, yeah.
Right. Thank you. Thank you. Please give a hand of applause.
Thank you all.
For Ruth. Thank you. Thank you. Over.
Thank you so much to Ruth and to Alessandra. Look, I'm the only thing that stands between you and a cocktail, so I'll keep this really, really brief. We've covered a lot. We're going to build on that tomorrow. We're going to be back here in this room at 9 in the morning. Lots there. Lazard and BNY CEOs, some foreign ministers, the president of the NYSE, and lots more. So we'll see you here at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. Go and enjoy your cocktail. Thanks very much.